I made my way to the mausoleum, and there he stood, arms outstretched. Landry, Landry, I shouted, running into his open arms. He swung me around in a waltz-like spin before carrying me into his mausoleum. After placing me down on the coffin, he walked over to the far corner of the room, where the candle stands were, and picked up a pre-packed bag. He then came back and kissed me passionately on the lips. "Let's go, my human love," he said. "Where are we going, my dark angel?" I asked. "You'll find out very soon. It's a sacred place I love to visit, and you'll have a great time there. Then we can delve into the hidden ancient depths of this beautiful place. Come, let's go." "Okay, my love." Claire and Landry walked outside the mausoleum, and he locked the doors behind him. They began to stroll through the ancient graveyard and out into the street, and on their way to Landry's sacred place. "What is this place?" Claire wondered. "It'll be fun," he replied, looking down at her with the biggest of smiles, and a twinkle in his icy, glowing pale blue eyes. "Yes, my love, but first, we must take a half-hour to an hour's walk to get there. I told you there would be more adventures to come." Landry smiled with the biggest of grins once more. Landry held Claire's hand tightly as they continued walking off into the distance, heading towards the mysterious sacred place, filled with fun. The day is the 6th of June, 2025, and here I am, standing on a doorstep with my key in hand after locking the door. I then reached down towards the front pocket of my bag and pulled open the zip to slide my hand deep into the pocket to pull out my tobacco pouch, which I then opened and pulled out a pre-rolled cigarette. I carefully closed the tobacco pouch and then placed the tobacco back into my bag. After a bit of fumbling, I found my lighter and lit my cigarette. Once I had finished, I returned the lighter and my keys to my bag. I made sure the front door was locked before setting off on my walk to the ancient graveyard to go to meet my love Landry. Here we go, I thought. A tune played in my mind as I looked straight ahead and saw the for sale sign next to the opening of the front path at the house across the road. Cars zoomed up and down the street on this fine sunny day. I always loved how after a storm the air feels so calm and fresh. I glanced up at the partly blue sky, admiring the beautiful cotton candy-like white clouds softly floating across it. It had brought back memories of lying on Landry's mausoleum floor, feeling as though I were floating in the ocean, enveloped in peacefulness. As I walked down each step, leading towards the garden path and out into the street, a song played in mind. The song playing was through Stamen Op. 410, Johann Strauss II. All I could think about was my vampire Landry. I walked down the pathway, admiring the houses on my side of the street. Those houses were coloured in beautiful bright colours such as beige, light green, blue and grey. I made my way to the end of the pathway where 15 steep steps sat. I soon made short work of walking down these steps and along the path, which had a steep bank on the left and a road in between. Another row of houses sat on the right, decorated with the same sort of colouring. As I continued to walk down the hill, the grassy banks turned into a rocky cliff-like wall. And this continued until I reached the bottom of the path, where a roundabout sat. After the heavy rain, the bottom of the pathway and the roads were flooded, and the water reached my ankles. It was no big deal. I was wearing my rain boots, so my feet stayed nice and dry. As I splashed my way through the flooded pathway, I then came to some steps which led up to a row of bungalows. I continued straight ahead. The grassy bank was to the left. The road continued to be curved and bending, as it sat in the middle of the grassy bank on the left. On the right there were bungalows. On the grassy bank, a row of beautiful trees sat. The storm from last night left many branches, which now lie on the pathway. I had to step over them as I walked around the curved path. I came to a split in the road near more bungalows, as another roundabout sat to the right, with a road leading downwards where more houses sat in a row. As I stood at the edge of the sidewalk, I looked both left and right to ensure no cars were coming down the road. It was clear, so I crossed the street and walked straight down the high, hilly pathway, which had a small row of bungalows on both sides. The road continued towards a small bridge ahead. I kept walking until I reached a woodland area on my left, which led up to the bridge that spanned a motorway running underneath. After crossing the bridge, a small road branched off to the left, leading towards a place called Ham Woods, where the local dump sat on the right. Continuing my walk straight ahead, I passed more houses, but these were run down and forlorn-looking. On the left side, there was a graveyard bordered by a 4-foot grey brick wall, with trees growing along its sides. The gravestones peeked out from between the trees behind the grey wall. I continued a long hilly walk up Mill Street and up towards the golden gates of the graveyard. I reached the golden gates, and this time, instead of nervousness filling my heart and a sense of unsureness in the pit of my stomach, as if some spooky entity was stalking me, this time I felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and happiness fill my heart, and I couldn't wait to push open the gates to make my way to the mausoleum of my lover. I pushed open the golden gates with determination and began my walk down the steep path towards the finger post. I made quick work of reaching it swiftly, passing by the beautiful graves lined up in a row, adorned with flowers atop, or sitting in vases. I hurried past the graves that were crooked and raised due to years of neglect. These graves were overgrown with weeds and weathered with age, and although I noticed them, I didn't pay much attention this time. I knew where I was going. I was going to go up past the golden gates where the fruit trees and rose bushes of many colours lived, and where ashes were scattered between the beautiful rose bushes and the fruit trees. I stopped and fumbled in my pocket, pulling out my tobacco pouch. I took out a cigarette, closed the pouch, and placed it back into my pocket of my bag. Then I reached into my pocket for my lighter, then removed it and lit my cigarette. After putting the lighter back in my pocket, I zipped up the front pocket, turned past the golden gates and began heading up the steep hill towards the 3-foot black gateway that led to the ancient graves. I was smoking my cigarette as I walked and was so out of breath that I was practically running up the steep hill. I was so excited, I wanted my Landry. I soon stopped in my tracks. There was a beautiful tree that stood in between two graves, and this tree was a tree that got hit by lightning. One of these tree branches sat with a burnt black nub. I thought, that must have been the branch that fell, the tree that was on fire last night. I felt sad for the tree but knew it would be okay. It would survive. I rushed to the top of the hill, turned left and ran towards the ancient graves in the graveyard. I gripped the 3-foot black iron fence as my heart raced, and I felt an urge to dash through the old graves. I wanted to run as fast as lightning through the old graves, past open graves, speed running past a skeleton laid in her coffin with her tattered yellow dress, just barely covering her, and bounding towards the mausoleum of my love. I also knew I had to take my time as the ground was so unstable. I wouldn't want to fall into an open grave or hurt myself. So I stood still for a few moments before beginning my careful walk through the old graves and towards where the mausoleum sat. I made my way to the mausoleum, and there he stood, arms outstretched. "Landry, Landry," I shouted, running into his open arms. He swung me around in a waltz-like spin before carrying me into his mausoleum. After placing me down on the coffin, he walked over to the far corner of the room, where the candle stands were, and picked up a pre-packed bag. He then came back and kissed me passionately on the lips. Let's go, my human love, he said. Where are we going, my dark angel, I asked. You'll find out very soon. It's a sacred place I love to visit, and you'll have a great time there. Then we can delve into the hidden ancient depths of this beautiful place. Come, let's go. Okay, my love. Claire and Landry walked outside the mausoleum, and he locked the doors behind them. They began to stroll through the ancient graveyard and out into the street, and on their way to Landry's sacred place. What is this place? Claire wondered. It'll be fun, he replied, looking down at her with the biggest of smiles and a twinkle in his glowing, icy pale blue eyes. Yes, my love, but first we must take a half hour to an hour's walk to get there. I told you there were more adventures to come. Landry held Claire's hand tightly as they continued walking off into the distance, heading towards a mysterious sacred place filled with fun. Landry, my love. Yes, my love. I forgot to ask. What, my love? You're a vampire, yeah? Yeah. Well, how come you are not burning in the light of the sun? Well, my human love, I shall answer to stop you worrying. Thank you, my dark angel. You're very welcome. I am a very old vampire, and once I reach my immortal years of over 325 years, I become immune to sunlight. Thus, it does not burn us to death. If Claire's jaw could have hit the floor, I think it would. So, humans are not even safe from a vampiric attack during the day? Not if a vampire is of my age. Only the young ones must hide in the dark and sleep during daylight hours. But vampires like myself can walk in the light of the sun, masquerading as humans and feeding as if it were night. Oh my God. Haha. I love you so much, Claire. I love you so much, Landry. As Claire and Landry walked along the very same route Claire had walked to meet up with her beloved Landry, they held hands and kissed passionately every so often, continuing their small talk as they walked. As Landry and I walked on, we began talking about the sacred place he was taking me to. This place is a very special place to me, my love, and I travelled from my hometown, France. I made for a stop in the quiet seaside country town of Plymouth. Back then, Plymouth was a very much different place from what it looks like now. Plymouth was a small island surrounded by water with no motorways, tarmac roads or concrete pathways. The landscape was entirely countryside, featuring steep hills adorned with beautiful trees and woodland stretching as far as the eye could see. The buildings reflected a 1700s style, as one would expect from that era. Travelling was done on foot, but if one had wealth, they would use a large black U-shaped carriage with glass doors and a sturdy underframe that supported 4 massive wheels. These carriages were typically pulled by 2 strong horses, with a driver's seat at the front to guide the carriage to its destination. Claire was so invested in what Landry was telling her that she was speechless and just wanted to hear more. A lot of horse manure littered the areas where the driver had driven the carriages. We didn't care much for horse mess. By today's standards, it would be considered unclean. Did you also know that where your house sits? It was just hills and that little bendy path that leads to Guards Lane, where the old rectangular building with a tin roof was, a place where they kept cows. More interestingly, did you know about the Royal Albert Bridge? When I first arrived in Plymouth, the only way to get to Saltash was by boat. Construction of the bridge began in 1848. It was designed by Isambard Kingdom, Brunel. It was completed in 1859 and officially opened by Prince Albert on May the 2nd of that year. Unfortunately, Brunel was unable to attend the opening ceremony due to illness and passed away later that same year. In his memory, Brunel's name was inscribed on the bridge's portals. The Tamar Bridge, which you enjoy walking on, did not exist until 1961. It was officially opened by Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, on April 26, 1962. The total cost of constructing the bridge was $1.8 million, which is equivalent to about $51 million today. It was the first major suspension bridge built in the UK after World War II and became the longest suspension bridge in Britain at that time. Additionally, a reconstruction of the bridge took place in 2001, which involved strengthening and widening it. In 2002, Princess Anne formally opened the rebuilt bridge. Fascinating, isn't it? Oh my God, you've seen so much in these centuries. Yes, I have, my love. I could tell you so much. Oh, I would love to hear more. I was so engrossed in Landry's talk about how Plymouth used to look and all the history of the two bridges that connected Plymouth to Saltash that I completely forgot the scenery around us. It was only now that I realised that we had reached the first subway leading up towards the bridge that sits above the motorway beneath us. I held tightly to Landry's hand, feeling uneasy as we entered the subway. The space was dark, and it was concrete, and there was a concrete archway with no lights, and the beige tiles were covered in graffiti that spanned every inch of the walls. There were numbers, names, and crude pictures depicting both male and female anatomy, as well as weird symbols etched in the surfaces. Landry smiled and whispered, "It's okay, my love. Nothing will hurt you while I'm here." I smiled back and looked deeply into his icy pale blue eyes as he planted a passionate kiss on my lips. Sighing with love, we continued our walk through the subway. As we rounded a bend and walked across a bridge lined with a small fence, cars whizzed past, creating a fierce wind that made me feel unsteady, but Landry held me tight against him, ensuring I felt safe. Landry began to speak again. "You know, many people died building the Prince Albert Bridge, and one is buried here in this sacred place we are about to step in. He died from a steam crane crushing him. Luckily, but still sad, there was only one death while building the Tamar Bridge." "This is so sad, my love," Claire replied. "I am grateful to those souls for providing us easy access to Cornwall. I just wish they didn't have to die for it." "Sadly, my love, sacrifices must sometimes be made in life." "That's true, my dark angel, but why so many?" Claire thought quietly. "Engineering equipment was very basic back then, and quite dangerous to use. You're so intelligent, that's one of the things I love about you." "Thank you, mon chéri." "You're very welcome, my dark angel." Landry smiled at Claire as they continued to walk the winding pathway up towards the next subway, which looked the same. Once Claire and Landry had walked their way through the second subway, they had to walk up another bendy path. On the right side sat a beautiful woodland, and on the left a motorway, with its roundabout and racing cars that whizzed past non-stop. Landry and Claire walked up the pathway where they had the challenge of crossing the road. In the middle of this road, a concrete path separated the pathway, which allowed cars to zoom upwards on the left and cars to zoom downwards on the right. It felt like a century before we were able to cross the road, but once we had crossed, the sacred place came into clear view. It was stunning and looked like something from a time forgotten. "It's stunning, is it not, my human love?" "Yes, my dark angel." "It is. It's like going back to the 1700s. Landry laughed with joy. "Let me show you this beautiful old grey building around the corner from the church." "Okay, my love." I'll try to explain how this area looked. It was breathtaking. After crossing the road, a sharp bend led into a small car park on the left, where 4-foot-high black iron gates stood. These gates resembled those typically found at a farm. This entrance led down a stony dirt-like pathway with graves on the left and a stone grey wall on the right that led up to a tall stone building next to the church. The building featured high black leaded Gothic-style windows and flower pots hanging by the doorways. To the side of the structure lay the graveyard, adjacent to the beautiful church. To the right of the church, there was a row of well-maintained, old-style cottages with neatly cut grass and flower pots adorning the doorways. Straight ahead was the community centre, which was part of the church. To the right, another winding road diverged, leading to a roundabout, with grass and a large tree sitting in the centre. Between the winding roads on both the left and right sides, there stood the ruins of a pub that used to be called the Blue Monkey. All that remained of the pub were 5 concrete steps leading up to a 3-foot chrome barred fence and a tiled floor of its foundations. There was also a portion of the building's wall, about 4 feet tall, left to decay. This small remnant represented centuries of joy, as the pub had been a place filled with warmth and drinks, serving countless people who passed by. Claire stood still for several moments, gazing up at the ruins of the old pub. A deep sadness filled her heart as she took in the sight of such a beautiful structure, now destroyed. She considered the immense time and effort that had gone into creating this building, and it struck her how quickly it had fallen. All the rich history and life it once housed is now become lost to time, a dwelling for people of all kinds now vanished. Claire's eyes fell to the pavement below her, and she felt a tear well up as an ache settled in her heart. Suddenly, she felt Landry gently stroke her hair. "It's okay, my love," Landry whispered. "Nothing lasts forever." Claire looked up and whispered sorrowfully, "I know, my love, but it still makes me feel sad." Landry planted a passionate kiss on Claire's lips and gently wiped the tear from her cheek that she had not realized had fallen. "Come, my dear, let's climb these old steps and sit on the tiles of what remains of the pub. I will share not only the history of this place, but also the wonderful experiences I had when it was once a vibrant and lively spot for drink, rest, and comfort." Claire and Landry slowly climbed the old cracked concrete steps and stepped onto the fractured remnants of the tiled floor. They both sat down on the floor of the derelict pub. Claire rummaged through her bag and pulled out her tobacco pouch and lighter. After taking out a pre-rolled cigarette and lighting it, she placed the pouch and lighter back into her bag and took out her portable ashtray. Landry took out a cigarette from his pocket and did the same. They both took a deep first drag, and I scanned the beige floor tiles, noting the weeds growing between the cracks. In the far left corner lay a rustic can of Lynx beer, which was quite popular during Claire's childhood in the 90s. Scattered nearby were a few shards of broken glass, likely remnants of the old windows, with some pieces appearing to have lead parts framing around them. That was all that remained of the pub. For a while, Claire just looked around, smoking her cigarette. She suddenly felt Landry's arms wrap around her tightly. They cuddled for some time before Landry said, "Are you ready to hear some of the history of this beautiful place?" "I'm ready, my dark angel. I can't wait to hear the history of this place." "Well then, my human love, let me give you a brief history before I tell you all about the experiences I once had here." "Ah, such fond memories, my human love. Such delicious humans to eat. Meat." Landry laughed cheekily. Landry pulled Claire closer as she turned her head to bury it into his chest. She noticed the outfit he had chosen for the day. He wore a black seersucker suit jacket over a plain black t-shirt, paired with shiny black leather trousers and a black leather belt, featuring a solid gold rectangular buckle. Completing his look, he had on black toe-picker boots. His hair hung in a loose ponytail, tied with a black ribbon. He smelled so good. The scent he wore had a mystical yet smoky scent. The scent smelled of frankincense, myrrh, licorice, vanilla, honeysuckle, lavender, amber, and a hint of cardamom. It filled all my senses. I felt myself begin to swoon, but I had to keep cool, as it wasn't the time for me to become vulnerable to the intense, immortal power that Landry could possess and use so easily upon all humans he came in contact with. Haha, Landry laughed cheekily. I got you good, Claire. Claire blushed. You are so hard to resist, but I know I must. Who am I to stop you, my human love? If it weren't so exposed here, I would gladly take you on the old ruins of the pub. Claire blushed again. Landry laughed cheekily. You know, my human, your human scent drives me mad too. I guess we both must wait and try to resist. It'll be well worth the wait, my human love. Landry bent forward and kissed Claire passionately, and Claire fell deep into his immortal kiss, locked into his embrace. For quite a while, both Claire and Landry lit another cigarette, and Landry began to talk about the history of the pub. To begin with, my love, for the Blue Monkey pub, which you may already know, wasn't always known by the name. The pub was first opened its doors in 1798. Its original name was the Church Inn. This name makes perfect sense, as it's located on Cornwall Road, close to the parish church. In 1939, the pub was renamed the Blue Monkey. Later in 1980, the A38 Parkway was built, which diverted traffic and negatively impacted the pub's trade. Additionally, in the early 1920s, the pub underwent another name change and became known as the St. Budo Inn. The pub served as a landmark stopover for travellers, especially those using the Saltash ferry, and later the Tamar Bridge. However, its fortunes declined in the 1980s due to the traffic diversion caused by the A38 Parkway. The final years of the pub were marked by negative attention and legal issues, including a police raid in 1997, during which cannabis was found to be openly used. There is a part of the pub's history that remains undocumented, but all the locals are aware of it. The landlord wanted to sell the pub, but due to its poor reputation, he wasn't able to do so, and it fell into a derelict state, not wanting to bear the costs of maintaining the building. He knew there was a substantial insurance policy attached to the pub. One night, in the early hours of the morning, the landlord visited the establishment and set it on fire. He later claimed that the fire was caused by squatters, but it was actually his doing. Claire sat there silent and gobsmacked. So did he get away with this, my vampire love? Yes, my mortal love, he did get away with it. Claire was speechless, and Landry knew it. It's okay, my love, your silence says it all. Landry leaned forward and planted a passionate kiss on Claire's lips, lingering for quite some time. He then whispered, Now, my human love, let us take a walk through the graveyard and talk of the rich history that lies within its graves and the stories they hold. Claire and Landry stood up together and walked back down the steps of the old pub, turning left towards the weathered black gates styled like a farmer's entrance. On their left side were ancient gravestones, while to their right stood a 5-foot stone wall among numerous old graves that spread out in front of the church. The church faced west, where a long, winding stretch of water could be seen in the distance, nestled among various green, mound-like hills. The church was truly stunning. It featured a large tower with a British flag gently fluttering in the breeze. Just below the tower was a rectangular section of the building, adorned with beautiful old stained glass windows in the Gothic style, depicting images of Jesus. The doorways were ancient, arched and made of black wood, but they were very short. Claire giggled as she easily walked through the doorway, while Landry had to bend down to enter. Landry nudged Claire playfully with his elbow. Oi, cheeky girl, Don't make me spank you, he laughed. Like that's a punishment, Claire retorted, sticking out her tongue. Landry playfully slapped Claire's bottom. Ah, Claire squealed, laughing and playfully slapping Landry's bottom in return. Landry then picked Claire up and placed her down on the old grey stone wall, kissing her passionately. Let's go see these beautiful old tombs and ancient gravestones. Okay, my love, Claire replied. Landry helped Claire down from the wall and they walked among the old graves. Some were made of wood, and Landry explained that back in the 1700s, up until the mid-Victorian era, graves were often crafted from wood. It wasn't until the mid-Victorian period that stone became the standard material for tombs and gravestones. Claire was fascinated. It was kind of scary too, as the church was so old that many graves had caved in, and the ground was very unstable, but Claire enjoyed seeing all the old graves. Soon Claire and Landry found an old wooden bench. They both pulled out cigarettes, lit them and took a deep draw. Now that we're comfortable, my love, would you care to hear the history of this church and its graveyard? I think you'll be surprised at all the rich history this place holds. Why don't we start with on the Devon bank of the Tamar, along with St. Budo? Did you know that Budo is French? But what does it mean? Budo, also known as Budoc of Dol of Buzek, was a monk and a bishop of Dol in the 5th century. Since his death, he has become recognised as a saint in Britain, France, and Devon, England. His feast day was originally celebrated on December the 8th, a date still observed in Devon, but in Brittany it has been moved to December the 9th. St. Budoc, near the church Tregavin in Finistère, Brittany, France, was an abbot and bishop born in 5th century. After he passed away in the 6th century, his body was placed in a casket and set adrift at sea off the coast of Ireland. There is a story about St. Budoc, who is said to have sailed to Plymouth until he discovered an inlet on the Devon side of the river Tamar. He landed in Bud's Head Creek, which is now part of the area in Plymouth known as St. Budo. His activities are thought to suggest the establishment of an early church in Plymouth. However, there is no evidence of the name Budo in Devon prior to the 16th century. Additionally, there is an ancient church in Budoc, Cornwall, that is believed to have been dedicated by him. Would you like to hear the St. Budoc's Troparion? Please, my vampire love, I would love that very much. Well then, my mortal love, here it is. Thou wast miraculously preserved from the ocean's fury, and being sustained by the hand of God. Thou didst devote thyself to his service, O heartache, Budoc, being showered by both temporal and spiritual honours, both in Armage and in Dol. Thou didst labour to win souls for Christ. Therefore we implore thine aid, begging Christ our God that he will save our souls. According to an account published in 1856, the population of the parish was recorded to be 1,000, but only 30 people were entitled to vote. It was noted that St. Budo was a prosperous farming region centred around the parish church, which was situated high above the River Tamar. The parish itself covered over 2,500 acres of land and included the hamlet of King's Tamerton, located half a mile away. Interestingly, Honnicknall was originally known as Knackersnall. For many centuries, there was little major development in the parish. It is documented that as late as 1781, fewer than 400 people lived in the area, occupying just 77 households. However, in the 1860s, the parish underwent significant military changes, with the construction of several fortifications known as Palmerston's Forts, often referred to as follies. forts, since their strategic purpose was to defend against a French invasion, had diminished by the time they were built. In St. Budo, the forts were constructed to face north in order to guard against a potential invading force coming from the land. The impact of these fortifications on the landscape can be seen on a report from the Times dated April 6, 1861, which mentioned the erection of a fort, St. Budo, indicating that about 120 acres of land would be required from Mr. E. Elliot. Not only was land necessary for the forts, but the fortifications were interconnected by massive banks and ditches, some of which still exist to the west of the parish church in St. Budo. All these fortifications were also served by a military road, which has since become the basis for modern routes in the area. Claire wasn't just engrossed, but fascinated, interested, and eager to hear more about her vampire love's knowledge of the land she was born and raised in. Why don't we delve into the history of the church before I share my story? Oh, please, my vampire love. Landry smiled and laid Claire down on the bench, so her head rested on his lap. Claire turned her head slowly to the side and nuzzled lovingly into his tummy. Well, mon chéri, the parish church here is situated on a beautiful site overlooking the River Tamar. The church is notable for being the place where Sir Francis Drake married Mary Newman in 1569. And it also serves as the burial place of his wife. The current building dates back to 1563, although some sources suggest it was constructed on the site of an earlier church. Claire looked up lovingly, inhaling Landry's delightful scent. Landry gently stroked Claire's hair and said, "Well, mon chéri, we still have an hour before our church adventure begins. Would you like to hear the tale of how I captured a French soldier who attacked your home and how he became my victim in my original mausoleum?" "I would love to hear, my dark angel." "Well then, I shall begin. It all began on a wet and windy night in January 1799. 1 year after the church inn had opened, the evening I dressed in my 1700s attire and walked from my resting place hidden behind a secret pathway where a small 3-foot black gate stands. My resting place is located in a now derelict field that once belonged to farmers. I walked up the path where both gravestones lay, resting on either side. That pathway was slippery and filled with deep puddles and mud which caked onto my boots. Nevertheless, I continued my short walk towards the pub and entered, pretending to be human. I walked over to the bar and ordered an ale, before heading to a table. You must understand that back then, there were no electric lights. The building was illuminated by candles and had an open fire to provide warmth. I scanned the room, searching for the perfect drink for the night, and soon found my target. He was ideal, a civil French soldier, masquerading as an Englishman, gathering intelligence on the people of Plymouth and plotting his next attack. He was quite the perfect act, if I say so myself, yet no human can outmatch a vampire with his powers of darkness. I sat for quite a while in a darkened corner of the inn, observing the French soldier at work. I was biding my time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It must have been several hours that I spent looking around the semi-crowded pub. What did the pub look like? Back then, a tavern or alehouse was very basic in layout. The beams of the ceiling were a dark wood, almost black to the eye, while the walls were painted white. The counter was a simple slab of wood, and a separate counter, also made of basic wood, was set up to serve food. There were wooden tables and benches. Most of the time, spills littered the benches and floors, as hygiene back then was practically non-existent. The air was filled with the smells of ale, meats, breads, wood, smoke from the open fires. Candles and human odour. Soap hadn't been invented yet, so people reeked of filth and sweat. In another corner, facing the right, there was a piano being played by a man, while another man played a violin. In those days, women were not permitted to create music or play musical instruments. They were also prohibited from entering taverns or alehouses, and they were not allowed to drink alcoholic beverages. The rare woman you might be allowed into a tavern would likely be a prostitute. You could often see a couple of prostitutes in those places. A woman's role at the time was confined to the home, where she was expected to raise children, cook, and keep the house tidy. You can see that the tavern was quite basic, and women had difficult and often depressing lives, but let's get back to the story. I observed this French soldier for a while. He had dark brown wavy hair and deep brown eyes. His skin was pale and his teeth were black. He stood around 5 foot 6 inches tall and wore a short, open front jacket adorned with elaborate braiding and an embroidered symbol. His trousers were baggy and red, and he had a wide sash tied around his waist. On his head he wore a fez with a tassel. I continued to observe him in great detail, and before long I found him sitting at a table alone. Now was my chance. I walked up to him slowly and sat on a wooden bench in front of him. "Bonjour, monsieur. You are not from around here, and neither am I." I whistled loudly enough to attract a server to our table. A woman approached dressed in a simple shift and a corset. Her bottom half was covered by a dirty off-white petticoat, while the bodice, also in a dirty white, was very plain and revealed the tops of her plump breasts. She wore a stained apron and an off-white neckerchief, and her legs were clad in dirty white stockings. On her head she wore a white bonnet, and her black shoes featured a simple buckle. "Yeah? What do you want?" "Hold your tongue, wench," she puffed. "You want this money? Yeah? Well, do as I say. 2 ales, 1 for me, and my new friend." "All right." Off she wandered, and shortly came back with our ale beverages. I paid the wench, and off she left. "Here, my friend, drink up." "Mercy. You're welcome, monsieur." He drank his fill, and before long I had him. He was drunk and easily lured. "Let us go out into the fresh night air." "Okay," said Laland. I took Laland out into the rainy night and handed him a cigarette. I lit his before my own and persuaded him to take a walk with me. "Let us walk, my friend. The night is young, and so are we. Come, let's take a walk in the graveyard. I know a spot that's dry from the rain." "Sounds good to me," replied Laland. I lured him into the graveyard, and as we smoked, I used my charm to guide him down a hidden path among the trees where my original mausoleum stood. "Where are we going?" "Right here." But it's a big grave house." "Don't worry, it's a family mausoleum. There's nothing to be afraid of." Laland wasn't naive. He turned around and said, "Thank you, but I'd much rather go back to the tavern." "But Laland, we're already here, and you're cold and soaked to the bone. I promise you no harm will come from spending time in here." Laland turned pale, and I noticed him shake. I turned on my charm, and before long I had him inside my tomb, where I locked the doors. "Please sit on the floor while I light the candles." I moved to the far corners of the mausoleum and lit 2 huge white pillar candles that stood on the dirt floor a little distance from the wall, guiding him to sit between them. What Laland didn't notice was that behind him, fixed to the wall, hung 2 long linked chains with shackles attached. They were made of iron. The shackles and cuffs lay silently on the floor just behind him. On the far wall of the mausoleum, another linked chain with shackles rested upon the floor. In the right corner sat a dirty chamber pot for toilet use, and next to it lay a pillow made from cotton material, which had been stuffed with hay and horsehair. Next to the pillow lay a crumpled up blanket made of rough, scratchy wool. Landry brought over the pillow and laid it on the floor behind Laland. He also placed a blanket next to Laland. "Now, Laland, let me help you become comfortable." Let's remove those sodden clothes. Landry came up behind Laland and removed his jacket. Monsieur, no, you mustn't. It's okay, Laland. It is to make you more comfortable. You wouldn't want to catch a chill. I guess not. Landry. Laland sat still as Landry removed his jacket, shirt, sash, fez, boots, and baggy trousers. Landry laid Laland gently down on the floor with his head resting on the pillow and placed the blanket over him. Laland was so in shock at being undressed by another man that he neglected to notice how Landry had attached the shackles on his wrists and ankles. Now take some time to rest and become warm. I will return soon. Where are you going? I'm going to take a short walk to the tavern to buy some bread, meat and ale for you. You must be hungry and thirsty. Okay, monsieur. Landry opened the mausoleum door and walked out into the nighttime rain, walking up the muddy path of the graveyard with a wooden basket in hand. Before long, Landry came to the tavern and entered, walking up to the serving counter, and bought several bottles of ale and quite a fair amount of slices of bread and meats, more than the average person could afford in those times. Being a vampire, he would kill his victims and steal the money they had on their persons. So Landry was quite wealthy. As Laland lay in Landry's mausoleum, he formed a plan in his mind. Laland thought, I'd push his blanket off, it smells old and musty, grab my shirt and trousers, put all of it on quickly with my shoes, grab my jacket and sash and make a dash for it. There was just something a little off that Landry, and in the pit of my gut, I feel danger. Laland had his plan figured out and went to push off the blanket, succeeding. He went to stand up, only to find he seemed to be stuck on something. Inside the mausoleum, the light was gloomy. Laland couldn't see much. He felt the feeling of metal around his wrists. He soon found a chain attached to the metal that was around his wrists. He then noticed the very same chains that had been bounded tightly around his ankles. I'm trapped. My God, I'm trapped. Laland shook the shackles, yet no budge. He lay back down on the floor, shivering and unable to retrieve the blanket he had thrown off earlier when attempting his escape. He looked, thinking about how long Landry would take and what he was going to do to me. Laland looked all around him in the light of the gloom, which added to his sense of fear. The fear he felt was so intense. He felt a heat so hot that it felt as if he were going to burst into flames and burn to ashes. His heart pounded heavily in his chest, making his chest ache. All his muscles ached, and he felt so heavy as if he were sinking into the ground. Sweat trickled down his brow. All he could do was lay there fearfully, helplessly awaiting Landry's return. The mausoleum smelt damp, mouldy and earthy, and the floor felt so cold and hard to lie on. Laland thought to himself, am I going to die tonight, here in this place where no one will find me? All Laland could do was weep into the pillow and await the man who captured him to come back. As all this was going on, the thoughts running through Laland's mind was racing. Landry was making quick time and making his way back to the mausoleum to feed his victim his final meal, as well as to deliver his victim's final pleasure before devouring the land. Feeding Landry's unquenchable immortal thirst, Landry made his way past the 3-foot black gate and down the muddy pathway towards the mausoleum. He then pushed open the door and walked in. Closing the mausoleum door behind him, he placed the basket in the left corner of the mausoleum and walked over to Laland. I have taken the liberty of purchasing enough food and drinks to keep you alive for at least a week. Now, why don't we get comfortable and get to know each other a little better? Landry made his way over to Laland. Oh, your blanket fell off, dear little man. Please allow me to place this over you once more. Landry replaced the blanket over Laland. Landry took a good look at Laland. Oh, such a beautiful, muscular young man. Landry lay down next to Laland and began to stroke his hair. Laland shivered. No, you mustn't, he said. This isn't the right behaviour for a man to show another man. Laland is only the mortal world that deems this act inappropriate. There's no shame in it. A man can love a man, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure you will enjoy your time of love with me. Landry slowly wrapped his arm around Laland's waist and held him close. He leaned forward and kissed Laland's cheek gently, running his hand up and down Laland's chest in a seductive manner. Laland thought to himself, why do I like this so much? I've always only liked the touch of a woman. Landry laughed cheekily and said, it seems it's not such a sin after all, huh? He leaned in closer and whispered in Laland's ear, come with a sin, my baby. How beautiful you are. Landry ran his fingertips seductively down Laland's chest and towards his lower tummy, reaching his male part. Laland was confused. I'm hard and aroused. How is this possible? Don't think, only feel. Laland just lay there, letting Landry do as he wanted. Landry pulled Laland by the hair, pulling his head backwards. Landry! Laland. Before Laland could say anything else, Landry had slipped his tongue deep into Laland's mouth, kissing him passionately as he rubbed Laland's hardpiece from inside his underwear. Laland felt his hips begin to rock as he and Landry kissed passionately. A tingling ran down his thighs. Laland gripped Landry's back, digging his nails deep into his flesh, as he felt one of Landry's fingers slide deep inside him. Ah! He cried out as the passionate kissing continued. Laland had no time to think. He felt shame build inside him for enjoying the sensation of being kissed and the sensation of the pressure entering his anus. No shame, Laland, Landry whispered. Okay. That's master to you now, Laland. I am your master now. You must refer to me as fitting. Yes, master. Good boy. Landry started to pump his finger vigorously inside Laland's anus. Oh, master. I like it. More. I knew you would. Landry pumped harder and faster, kissing and much more passionately than before. Oh, master. Laland felt the sweat of passion drip down his forehead. Scream as loud as you please, no one will hear you in here. You seem ready to take me. You are open enough. Landry crawled on top of Laland, who was still lying on the floor. This may hurt at first, but persevere. Soon you will feel the deepest of pleasures. Yes, master. Good boy. Landry thrusted hard, yet slowly. His hard piece enters Laland's anus, slowly yet firmly. Oh, master. Ouch, it hurts. Persevere, Laland. It'll stop hurting soon. Yes, master. Ow. Landry thrust slowly in and out of Laland, pushing deeper with each thrust. Before long, the pain eased and Laland began to enjoy the sensation. Master, your hard piece feels so good. More, master, don't stop. Good boy. Take all of master's hard piece. Yes, master, I'll take all of it. Landry thrust deeper, harder and faster each time. Laland cried out in deep pleasure. Before long, Laland felt his body convulse and felt both an orgasm erupt from his hard piece and inside his anus. He felt Landry fill the inside of him with his love juice. They both screamed out in deep pleasure before Landry fell upon Laland's chest, panting breathlessly. Good boy, Laland. Didn't that feel so good? Yes, master, it did. Landry got up and walked to the far corner of the mausoleum, picking up his tobacco tin and rolling 2 cigarettes, one for Laland and one for himself. Landry returned to the spot where Laland lay. He lit a cigarette from one of the candles and in the corner near the shackles and handed over a cigarette to Laland. They both took a deep drag and smoked for a while. As they smoked, Laland asked a few questions. Where in France did you come from, master? Well, Laland, I came from Lyon. I also lived in Paris for a few years before moving to live in the small seaside farming country of Plymouth. Laland noticed all of a sudden that Landry was holding him in his arms, but Laland didn't care. He was so overwhelmed by peace and satisfaction that he just wanted to snuggle into his master's arms. Laland was speechless and had more questions to ask. "Master, how old are you?" "I'm 23. Well, that's what I would have had Laland believe, but by this time I had already reached just over 99 years in vampire terms. All of a sudden, a loud bang sound erupted from Laland's anus, and he felt a mass of liquid flow from inside him and out of his anus. "Ow," he muttered. It was sore and uncomfortable. "What is wrong?" Landry asked. "So sore, master, and something ran out from inside me." Landry pulled back the rough, woolly blanket, and there in a small puddle was a mixture of blood and his semen. "Ah, I bleed." It's okay. It happens, especially your first time. Let me dress and walk to the stream to gather some water, then we shall clean." "Don't go, master." "I won't be long." Landry bent forward and kissed Laland passionately, dressed and made his way out to the mausoleum. I walked down the huge hills in front of me, and below a stream sat resting in the rainy night. I always kept a tin bucket hung from one of the small yew trees. Once I retrieved the bucket and filled it with the water, I then made my way back up the hill and back into the mausoleum. I walked over to where Laland lay and placed the bucket beside him. Laland had fallen asleep, so I did not wake him. I tore one of the sleeves from his shirt and tore again, creating 2 rags. I dipped one of the rags into the icy cold water in the bucket and parted Laland's legs, gently washing him down and clearing all the sweet, succulent blood and semen from around his anus and from what had dripped down his thighs. Once I had done this, I cleaned the rest of his body before cleaning myself. Laland didn't make a stir, and it was an easy job. I rubbed him dry with the other rag I made from his shirt and laid the blanket back over him. I walked back to the mausoleum door with a cigarette in hand and smoked silently, thinking of what a shame it would be to kill this young man. But a vampire needs to feed, and sadly, humans are on the menu. Laland just slept silently, and Landry sat quietly observing his pet. Before long, the sun had begun to rise, and Landry had his last cigarette. I made my way back into the mausoleum, closed the door and climbed into the coffin, sliding the lid over the top of me, and returned to my daily slumber. Laland's second day of capture. Here I lie on his mausoleum floor in nothing but the abyss of darkness. I'm not sure how long I had been asleep, but now I am awake and feel terrible soreness inside my anus. Every muscle in my body aches like the ache of hell, and my thighs feel bruised. The pillow and blanket are a pleasure and keep me warm in the corners of his crypt, as deep sadness fills my heart as I begin to miss Landry terribly. All I could think of was what sin I committed last night, but it felt so good, and now I find myself in love with this creepy man. I find myself deeply in love, and it feels like it's too late to turn back. Simply repenting to God for my actions won't be enough, as I genuinely long to feel him penetrate me again. I crave the sensation of his strong arms holding me tightly, and the way his tongue traces the inside of my mouth, wrapping itself around mine. It felt so right. It felt like touching the clouds of heaven. I rolled over on my side with great difficulty. I was so weak in more ways than one. Wait a minute. He felt ice cold. Humans typically feel warm. Perhaps it was just because he had been out in the chilly night air and had gotten soaked from the rain. However, his nails looked like glass. Unlike normal nails, it was almost as if he had washed down at the stream before our meeting. Oh, what the hell, I love him. It doesn't matter. Suddenly, it felt as if a sharpened blade had pierced my heart. I began to sob. "Oh, master, Landry, my master, I miss you. Where are you? Please don't leave me alone. I love you, I need you, master. Master, come back. I love you, I need you, I'm yours." I just lay there sobbing and sobbing uncontrollably into the pillow, sobbing like a little child would sob for his mother. I exited my coffin with ease, undetected by using my vampiric speed. I stood watching my pet sob into the pillow. How sweet Laland looked, sobbing like a little child. I stood in a darkened corner watching him for some time. I wanted to taste him, but not yet. The longer I wait, the sweeter Laland will taste. I silently walked over to where he lay and sat quietly beside him. No more tears, baby. Master's here now. Laland turned around quickly. Master, he shouted, where did you go? I missed you. Laland swung around quickly and threw his arms around Landry. Landry wrapped his arms around Laland, kissing him softly upon his forehead. I had a few tasks to complete. I'm here now, so you can stop crying. Yes, Master. Good boy. Are you thirsty and hungry? Laland looked up into Landry's eyes with innocence. Yes, Master, I am very thirsty and hungry. Then you shall eat and drink. Landry stood up and brought the basket over, which contained the slices of bread, meats and ale. Eat and drink as much as you need. Thank you, Master. You are very welcome. Laland ate until he was full and drank until he was no longer thirsty. He had had quite a fill, but there was plenty left in the basket. Oh, so adorable. The way you eat and drink, you are thirsty and hungry. Laland blushed. It's okay, Laland, no shame. Are you not going to eat, Master? I am good, sweetheart. I ate earlier before completing the tasks I needed to do. Okay, Master. Landry bent forward and kissed Laland passionately. It came on so suddenly. A sharp pain in my tummy, like a needle piercing my gut, was taken over and my lower tummy ached. I felt a mass pressure fill my anus, and all of a sudden I cry out, Master! Master, quick, I must use the toilet. I'm going to soil myself. Ah, it's okay, Laland. Master will get the chamber pot. I walked quickly over to the far left corner of my mausoleum and swiftly grabbed the chamber pot, bringing it back over to my human pet, Laland. I placed the chamber pot down in front of him. Thank you, Master. You're welcome. Laland pulled down his underwear quickly and hovered over the chamber pot. The pains grew stronger inside my tummy, and I cried out, Ah! Ouch! Inside my anus it felt so very swollen and felt as if I would not be able to get the waste out from inside me. Ouch! Ah! The pains grew stronger and stronger, and I thought I would die. All of a sudden, a colossal eruption came from inside me, and a burp so loud exited my anus, sounding like a long note of a trombone, followed by a short note of a trombone, along with non-stop pain that felt like I was excreting broken glass and razor blades. Ouch! Master, please help me! Please help me! Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much. I'm going to die. Ah! It's okay, Laland, you won't die. It is normal after your first lovemaking session. Your body will get used to this. Just go with it, and the pain should ease soon. Okay, Master. It felt like a century, but soon I had finished, and was able to clean with the rag and bucket of water. Landry kissed Laland on the forehead lovingly, picking him up and laying him down on the ground, with his head on the pillow. Landry placed a blanket over Laland and whispered, Rest, my baby. I will clear the waste and bring a clean chamber pot and bucket of water from the stream. Okay, and thank you, Master. You're very welcome. Landry left the mausoleum. I lay there as the pain consumed me. I had to lay on my side. I was so very sore. Before my master came back with a clean chamber pot, along with a fresh bucket of water, he placed both the chamber pot and the bucket of water down in one of the far corners before coming up to me and sitting beside me. Landry lifted me and held my head against his chest with his arms wrapped tightly around me. Landry, Master, I love you. I love you too, Laland, holding me tightly, comforting me. It's okay, baby. Give it a few days and you will feel okay again. Why don't I read you some poetry I wrote? I would love that very much, Master. Okay then, I shall begin. Landry lifted me and placed me back down on the pillow before walking over to the far right, and on the floor lay a leather book. He then picked it up, brought it back over, and lifted me, holding me in his arms, stroking my hair gently, before opening the pages of his book. Let's start with this one I called Taken from Thy World, Bjorndan.
Jibeb Bibiodan Janonian Hababan Haji. Beyond prayer to command to mourn to have courage. Protect the good. Who? Hunter. Halio Leof Leode. How hunter protect beloved people. Dead but alive. Huiofan. Gas Giomo. Gionog. Gas Jet. To turn ghost. Sad. Young spirits still. Killing immortal feast. Lichama. Mudor. Mona, Motan, Niman, Od, Sorig, Saul. Body mother moon to May, to take spear, sorrowful cell. I sighed with love. My master is so intelligent. I felt him stroke my hair gently, and my tummy still hurt me more than words can say. I felt a kind of peace wash over me and began to feel very sleepy. I wanted to go to sleep, yet I wanted to stay with my master. It's okay, Laland, you can sleep, if you need to. However, you ended up sleeping for a long time when you finally woke up. It was around 7 in the evening. After the snuggles and poems, I imagine it must be very late. Most likely around midnight. How do you know, master? It's just a guess. Laland smiled. I love you, master. I love you, Laland. Now take rest, and master will be here when you awake. Yes, master. Good boy. Just like the night before, I left the mausoleum. After Laland had fallen asleep and scoured the streets for a tasty victim, I walked up to Knackerslow and up to Cornwall Street. There, I found a delicious bandit holding an aristocrat hostage, attempting to rob him for his wealth. I stopped and engaged in conversation. Good night, my fair man. And what brings you here to rob this man of wealth? What is it to you? Perhaps I should take what you have too. I invite you, good sir. Perhaps we go down by the lake over yonder. Perhaps we should. Well, let's go. He quite happily followed me down to the lake, and I lured him underneath a willow tree. There, I had my chance and grabbed hold of him, tearing into his throat. He screamed and blood squirted from his mouth. I drank greedily, draining him dry until there was nothing but a husk left. His screams of pain thrilled me, and the taste of his dirty blood was pure heaven to my senses. The struggle he put up just excited me. I enjoyed my kill, perhaps a little too much. I healed the wound on his throat and left his body under the tree with his knife in hand. If found, it would certainly be thought of a clumsy attack gone wrong. For quite some time I walked the dead of night, taking in the fresh air and remembering the days when once I was human. There are times when sorrow fills my heart, and I can't detach myself from the sadness of losing my life to become the monster I am now. I made my way back to the mausoleum as the beginning of day was to come soon, and my senses had picked up only 1 hour before dawn. I walked back and, as before, took my last cigarette before taking a look at my beautiful human pet. I then climbed into my coffin and drifted into an immortal slumber. Laland's third day of capture. I awoke from my immortal slumber before Laland and stood in a corner observing my beloved human pet once more. He slept so peacefully and looked angelic. His chest bobbed up and down gently, as every so often he would move softly, wrapping the blanket around him as if he were lying inside a cocoon. I'm not sure how long I stood observing him, but soon he awoke, and I saw him looking around the mausoleum as he had done the day before. I saw him roll his head to the side, weeping as he did before into his pillow. I awoke, and my beloved master was nowhere to be seen. I rolled my head to the side and buried it into my pillow again, weeping. Again the pain filled my heart, and I missed him. Where was he, and why did I feel this strongly? I cried and cried and cried. I missed my Landry terribly. I'm not sure how long it had been that I had been sobbing, but I heard a slight rustling sound, and before long I heard his whisper. Laland, stop crying, my human love. Master's here now. I'm here, come into Master's arms. As I sobbed, I spun around. Master! I couldn't catch my breath. I couldn't stop crying. Shh, my baby, hush, my love. I'm here. I'm here. I held Laland tightly in my arms and buried his face into my chest as he still sobbed. I felt his tears run down my chest. Master, you wear no shirt. I like to sleep shirtless, my love. Okay, master. I saw Landry smile from the corner of my eye, and I nuzzled deeper into his chest, and nuzzled more lovingly. Love you, master, master. I love you, baby. Landry began to kiss me on my forehead, and I nuzzled my head into his kisses. Master's kisses, they feel so good. I felt my master kiss down the bridge of my nose, ending with a passionate kiss on my lips. I felt my master's soft, velvety lips caress my lips, and I became locked in an unending, passionate kiss. I felt his tongue enter my mouth, and our tongues danced in the passion of love for such a long time that I drifted out of reality and was locked in a darkened world where it was only my master and I, embraced in the passions of love. We kissed for what felt like a century, and I didn't want it to end. But alas, my master finished the kiss, and we gazed into each other's eyes with my heart filled with love. I brought a book over with me, my baby, Hamlet by William Shakespeare. Would you like to hear me read it to you? Oh, please, my master. Okay, my beautiful boy. Landry planted a passionate kiss on my lips before picking up the book. He opened the book and began to read. Before long, I felt sleepy and my master was on the last pages of the book. Soon, he finished reading the book and we gazed into each other's eyes. My master held me in his arms, kissing me again. I yawned deeply. Ah, it's that time again, my love. You seem to feel sleepy around 7 o'clock. Sorry, master. It's okay, my love. Landry took out 2 cigarettes from his tin and lit by candle, before holding the cigarette towards Laland. They cuddled for a while smoking their cigarettes, and before long, Laland fell asleep in my arms. I laid Laland down on the pillow as before and pulled the blanket over the top of him. I stood up and walked out of the mausoleum. I was thirsting terribly and had to find a succulent and tasty victim to satiate my hunger for the night. That night, I chose to walk to the Tamar Bridge, where I knew crime was rampant. For a vampire, the trek there wasn't such a trek, but more of a strange slog. I came to one of the roughest taverns in Plymouth. The name of this tavern was called the Ferry House Inn. As I walked into the pub, there were a handful of fights going on already, and I could see narcotics being used and sold on the premises. I caught the eye of my target. In the corner, a narcotic dealer sat, with 2 prostitutes on each leg. I walked over to him and spoke. "Good evening, my good sir. What do you want, mate?" I kept quiet and let him go on. "I have some good stuff here, but it all depends on what level of high you're looking for. If this isn't your thing, I've got these 2 girls I could rent you for the night, if you know what I mean." I smiled. "Well, why don't we go outside to deal? I prefer a bit more privacy when it comes to my deals." "Sure, mate, let's go." I lured him outside the tavern and along the sea edge, towards a harbour where a steep staircase sat, with a high wall that gave great coverage. "Why don't we go down these steps and go behind the wall?" "Sounds good to me, mate." I let out an evil smile which spread across my face. The dealer didn't notice as I lured him down the steps and behind the wall. "So what are you looking for, mate?" I just gazed into his eyes, and he whispered fearfully, "Ah, demon." I drew in a noisy, deep breath and whispered, "Yes, you dirty piece of filth. Now I shall take your soul for your crimes." I saw him reach into his shirt and saw him pull out a cross. He held it in front of me, shouting, "Demon, be gone." I let out a long, evil laugh. "Do you think that's going to save you from me? Ha ha." His face and lips turned pure white, and he shook violently, trying to bargain with me, offering me large amounts of money from a partnership, but nothing he had offered was of interest at all. I wanted the sweet, succulent blood. His fear filled my senses and I thirsted terribly. I grabbed him by the throat as the tide was drawing up the harbour ever closer to where we stood. I slammed him against the wall and he screamed out, "Please, no, please don't hurt me. I'll do anything." It wasn't going to save him. I wrenched his neck to the side ferociously and sank my fangs deep into his jugular. He screamed out, but I covered his mouth with my hand, and soon I drank viciously and greedily, drawing deep and hard upon his mortal essence. Shortly the screams ceased, and he lay limp and still against the wall. It was perfect, as the tide had now come right up to where we stood, so I flung his lifeless body into the ocean and let it take care of disposing of the empty husk of my drink. I quickly walked up the steps, and in the darkness of the night I watched as the sea took my victim out into its depths, pulling him underneath the blanket of endless water. I licked the remnants of blood off my lips and pulled out my cigarette tin. I lit a cigarette with a long wooden match. I threw the used match into the water and watched as the last of this man's arms sank into the blackened water. I stood there for a while, enjoying my cigarette. I knew I had to make my way back to my resting place and my pet human, as dawn was approaching, and I would need to rest from the light of the burning sun. I made my way back to the mausoleum in quick time, and before heading to my daily slumber, I took my last cigarette, as always, and closed the mausoleum doors. This time, instead of going to my coffin, I made my way over to Laland, who was in deep sleep. I pulled back the blanket and slipped in next to him, wrapping my arms around him. He didn't make a stir. Very soon I began to feel the immortal slumber take over me, and all became the peaceful darkness that became a pleasure to me. Laland's 4th day of capture. I awoke, and as before, I felt the sting of the pain inside my heart of missing my master. This time, something fell off. I felt something hard behind me, and before going for my usual sob into the pillow, I rolled over and saw my Landry lying next to me. He was awake too. "Hello, baby boy." "Hello, master." I reached up, going for my usual wrapping of my arms around him, but he pushed me firmly to the ground. I thought, what did I do wrong? And then it happened. He began to kiss me passionately, and as soon we were locked in a kiss of pure love. He ran his hand down my side slowly and crossed my thigh, gripping firmly onto my male part. He grabbed my hand, placed it upon his male part, and you know what to do, my love. "Yes, master." "Good boy." I began to rub up and down slowly, as he did the very same. We kissed passionately for such a long time, and the rubbing became faster and so much stronger, and a tingling filled my legs. I cried out in pleasure, as did my master, and before long I could hold no longer. My body convulsed, and I sprayed my love so hard it covered my master's tummy, as his love covered my tummy. We both fell to the ground, and I felt a heart full of love, peace and satisfaction. Landry took out his cigarette tin and pulled out 2 cigarettes. He then lit the cigarettes, and we cuddled for a long time, smoking. He then brought over the bucket, and we washed. My master was very kind to feed and water me, as well as provide me with a chamber pot. I'll be back on my level, clean the chamber pot and bring a new bucket of water to the mausoleum. Landry walked out of the mausoleum with both the chamber pot and bucket in hand. He headed downwards towards the stream. Landry emptied both the chamber pot and bucket into a hole he had dug in the hills before washing the chamber pot and filling the bucket. Landry brought back to the mausoleum and placed them down in the corner. I went back over to Laland and held him tightly in my arms. Laland looked up and whispered, "I love you, master." Laland yawned, and I knew it was reaching 7 o'clock. Laland sleepily whispered, "How does a simple act of passion last so long?" Well, baby boy, we passionately kissed for over an hour, and as we had taken more intimate parts slowly, that would have been another hour, and our cuddle lasted another 2 hours. Then there was the dinner and drinks. I needed to clean the chamber pot before refilling the bucket. It all makes sense to me now. Landry smiled as he held Laland passionately in his arms. Before long, Laland had fallen asleep, and I laid him down on the pillow as before. I got up, took out a cigarette, and lit it before making my way out of the mausoleum to find myself a tasty meal for the night. I took to my feet and made my way out of the mausoleum, closing the doors behind me. I didn't have any idea of what my meal was going to be tonight, so I just walked the dark, misty streets. Before long, I came to Bud's Head Creek, and there was a prostitute holding a lantern containing a little beeswax candle. The woman was wearing a dress made entirely of silk. It was in a vibrant emerald green colour, her hemline was exceedingly short, and her neckline was so low that it revealed much of her figure. She also had a matching bonnet. Her shoes were emerald green silk slippers that completed her outfit. I knew she was the perfect meal for the night. I stood behind a tree near the creek observing her, and I read her mind. She was dirty. She lured men in and as they would go for their sexual liaisons. With her, she'd pull out a blade from her white stockings and stab the client to death, stealing every coin they carried. Before long, a wealthy man came walking down the lane towards her, looking for his cheap thrill. I watched as they exchanged small talk, and before long she had a blade out pressed to his throat, about ready to kill for what he carried in his coin purse. I jumped out from behind the tree faster than the human eye can see and grabbed hold of her, pulling her into a nearby bush. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "And what are you doing, filthy woman of the night? Get my pay, that's what." "You were about to kill that man for his coins. And what do you care? You were just arrested. I have no desire to play with your plaything, but there is one thing I want. And what's that?" I grinned evilly and showed her my fangs. "Ah, demon!" she screamed. I laughed evilly. Haha. I grabbed her throat tightly, this filthy woman, then let out a strangled squeak. I excitedly sank my fangs deep into her throat, tearing ferociously into her jugular. Her heart pounded heavily, and it fed me with glee. As I drank, I enjoyed the feel of her inner strength, as she fought with all she had to survive my bite. But alas, it is hopeless. No human can survive a draining of the great Landry. She was the tastiest meal I have had all week. I let go of her just before the point of death. I wanted to feel the last moments of her life drain from her filthy, murderous body. I saw a tear fall from her eyes as her body convulsed. She looked up at me, staring deep into my eyes. Her last words were, "I hate you. Demon, rot in the fiery pits of hell." I just sat there laughing with grand pleasure in my heart and felt the satisfaction of her blood warm my body. I stood up and with great speed threw her lifeless body into the creek and lit a cigarette whilst watching her lifeless body sink into the deep, murky waters where she will stay for centuries to come. I then went to her bag and pulled out a handsome purse of coins. I then placed the coin purse into my pocket before throwing her bag into the creek as well. Well, I had fed and my thirst was satisfied, so I decided to take a walk around the creek area, looking up into the dark abyss with only the moon as my companion. Again, my thoughts raced to the sadness of my imprisonment as a vampire for all eternity, and my heart ached, knowing I shall never find the bliss of the human rest that comes with death. The feel of pure ecstasy that comes with drinking the human essence, known as blood, is something more pleasurable than a human mind could imagine. And it's fantastic that sickness and death cannot attack me, rendering me hopeless, lost and vulnerable up until my last breath. Having vampiric abilities is incredibly enjoyable, along with unmatched strength and speed that no human can compare to. But what is this all worth when I feel so hungry, so thirsty all the time. How lonely I feel, as I have to hide during the daylight for fear of burning from the sun. So lonely, I get so lonely, and long so very much just to be able to see the sun once more. I want to love, but humans fear me, seeing me as nothing but a monstrous demon, and so I never truly get real love. I have to lure them to my mausoleum, and alas, I have to kill them eventually, as I cannot keep them entrapped, and do not know if I too have the capabilities as the one who turned me into a vampire to turn another into a vampire myself. I want to be loved, wanted, not feared. All I want is safety, security, friends, and happiness once more. But alas, now I am this monster, and I have the comfort of the taste of sweet blood that I drain each night. I wander through the street after street, my heart filled with pain, and without a teacher by my side to guide me in ways of a vampire. I was left to learn on my own, with no idea how I should behave or what the existence truly meant. All I know is that I am this way forever. Eventually, my senses picked up that dawn was approaching, so I made the short walk, as I wasn't far from the mausoleum. I made my short walk back to the mausoleum and stood outside, as always, taking my last cigarette. Before dawn, once more, with my cigarette, I closed the door, sneaked over to Laland, and gently pulled back the blanket, laying next to him. I wrapped my arms around him and fell into the pleasurable immortal-like slumber as before. I fell into immortal slumber. I softly kissed my human passionately, and before long, the immortal slumber took hold, and all went dark once more. Laland's 5th day of capture. I awoke before Laland and wrapped my arms tightly around him, breathing in his beautiful human scent. I watched him for a while and saw him awake with the biggest smile on his face. "Master," he shouted. I loosened my grip and allowed him to wrap his arms around me, and I held him tightly, snuggling for a while. "Hello, beautiful baby boy." "Hello, Master." Landry reached forward, locking his lips upon my lips, and we kissed passionately. "Now what shall we do tonight, my beautiful human love?" "Ah, I know. Perhaps I should play some Mozart on my violin for you. Would you like that?" "Oh, please, Master, I would love that very much." "Well, let me go and get my violin." I walked over to the far end of the mausoleum and picked up my violin, playing Mozart at random, while I walked back to my beautiful Laland, still playing my violin. He swooned to each note I played. I played for such a long time, having so much fun, and my pet human, Laland, enjoyed every moment. Soon enough he became tired, and I realised it was 7 o'clock, which was normal, and he felt sleepy. I held Laland in my arms and kissed him passionately as he fell asleep, and laid him down for the night, before lighting a cigarette and walking out of my mausoleum to take my sweet succulent victim of the night. I left my mausoleum with a cigarette in hand, smoking casually. Again, I didn't know who my victim tonight was going to be. I walked among the grassy hills, coming to a place called Coombe Way, and walked among the fields. I soon came to a farmhouse with the candles burning orange in the windowsill. The building, made of grey bricks, had its doors open to the outside world. I walked inside and headed to the kitchen. Against the far right wall stood an Olga burner, while the fireplace flickered on the left side. In the centre of the room lay a large wooden table on a carpet. I turned left and walked through another open door, walking into a large living room, where an open fire sat. A huge leather caramel-coloured armchair sat in front of it. On the chair sat a man covered in blood, and as I looked in the far left corner, a woman slumped over an old sofa lay limp. He'd killed her, and there she lay dead as nails. He sat in his chair holding a knife soaked in blood, muttering, "She cheated, she cheated." There is no evidence to suggest that she cheated. It's all in your head. I walked up towards him. He just sat there and shook. She was innocent. You killed an innocent woman who loved the very essence of you. How will you live with yourself? I don't know. I love her so much, he thought. No repenting to Jesus will save my life. I know. I walked up behind him and put my arm around his shoulder. I know what you are. You do, I replied. What is that? A vampire. Yes, I am. Take me, I deserve it. So I reached around him and pierced his throat with my fangs and drained deeply. He gave in to me so easily, and before long he lay limp and dead as his wife, and I soon walked out, walking the night streets before returning to my mausoleum. I returned back to my mausoleum and took my last smoke before snuggling up to my Laland and fell into that pleasurable immortal slumber once more. Laland's 6th day of capture. I woke before my beloved Laland, and a deepened sorrow filled my immortal heart. Tomorrow night will be the night when I shall have to let my beloved Laland go. I felt pain fill my heart, knowing that I would have to take his life. I'm still a very young vampire and don't know if I have the power yet to make another like myself. I feel a deeper need to, but I'm not sure if I can do this yet. I love my Laland and don't want to do this. I want to keep him by my side for all eternity, yet I don't know if I have this immortal power. Tomorrow night I shall not feed, but go and collect a beautiful outfit fitting for my love. I shall also create a beautiful wooden border and cross for his burial. I have chosen the most beautiful spot in the graveyard, where a little stream runs beside the wall, separating the cemetery from the hills. I will also gather as many wildflowers as I can find that grow around the hills, and I will collect a variety of the most beautiful river stones from the stream where I go to empty the chamber pot, and where I collect water for washing. I will bring him the finest meats, slices of bread, and ales I can find for his last meal, and the act will be done with great love. I will ensure that he feels nothing but pleasure until his final breath. A fresh bucket of water will be brought to the mausoleum, and I will clean him tenderly before laying his body to rest in the consecrated ground of this sacred place. Suddenly I felt a blood tear run down my cheek, and I wiped it away quickly, as I sensed my love awakening from his human slumber. Hello, baby boy. Hello, master. This night, Laland just cuddled and talked. Laland told me about his life in grand detail. We started with a passionate kiss, and I lifted Laland into my arms. He began to tell his story of his upbringing right up to this point. Laland began. I was born in Paris to my mum and papa. My upbringing was poor. We lived in a rat-infested house and could not afford an education. We often had to scavenge for food on the streets of Paris or find fruit from the occasional tree. Our clothes were torn and shabby because we couldn't afford to dress in the style of the time. My God, whispered Landry. Then it happened. My mama and papa sent me off to the military, where I was to become a soldier for the honour of family and country. I never wanted this. I wanted to be a priest. I just wanted to help the poor people like myself. I only wanted to preach the words of the Lord God and save souls, not take them. Every time I took an innocent life for my country's honour, a part of me died along with these innocent people. I hate myself for what I felt I was forced to do for my country and parents. I even wished to end my own life, to make the pain stop, to make the suffering go away. Yet I was too much of a coward to follow through. I was so relieved when you kidnapped me and locked me away here, because I no longer have to take another life. Finally free, and now I know what real love feels like. I no longer feel so alone, hopeless, or lost. I can finally be happy and content. Laland began to cry and shouted out with such passion and pain. I just wanted to be a priest, a man of God. I held him closer and whispered, "It's okay, Laland. God will forgive you, as he will understand this was not your intention to cause harm. He will know you only wished love. Master, my beloved, you honestly believe this? I do. You will be forgiven, Laland. I hope so, Master." All of a sudden, Laland yawned, and I realized it was almost 7 o'clock. He needed to rest, so tonight I will go out to collect all the wood, flowers, clothes, foods, and stones I will need to lay my love to rest tomorrow night. I lay my beloved Laland down to rest for the night, and as always, I stood at the entrance of the mausoleum, smoking. I soon finished my cigarette and returned inside to collect my basket. I walked out of the mausoleum and through the muddy pathway towards the tavern, where I would go to collect the finest of meats, slices of bread, and ale. I walked up to the entrance of the tavern and pushed open the door, making my way to the basic wooden counter where a scruffy-looking man was serving. I placed my order, giving over the right amount of coins and a tip before leaving to return to the mausoleum. As I returned to the mausoleum, Laland was still asleep, and I placed the basket down quietly before picking up the bucket I would fill with water. I brought the bucket outside and emptied the contents before walking down the hills towards the stream, where I spent a good few hours picking up the most beautiful river stones, including some quartz I had found along my stone hunt. Once I had completed this task, and the stones were lying in front of the mausoleum entrance, I made my way along the hills, searching for fallen tree trunks, and found 3 large trunks lying on the ground. I made quick work with my immortal strength, picking them up and carrying them back to the mausoleum. The flowers I would go to collect after laying my beloved to rest. In my mind, I'm checking off the tasks of the night. First, I collected the stones, wood, food, and drinks I needed. The flowers will be collected much later. So all I needed to collect were the fine clothes in which I would bury my love. I took out my cigarette tin, pulled out a cigarette and lit my smoke with a match before throwing the burnt-out match to the ground in front of me. I began my walk through the muddy path of the graveyard and crossed some grassy banks into the stream. Tonight the sky was clear, and I could make out all the beautiful stars that had littered the blackened sky. It must have been a new moon, as no moon was present tonight. I continued my walk, not noticing any street names, only allowing my legs to take me to a house that looked as if it would carry the type of clothes I would like to dress my beloved Laland in. As I walked, the streets seemed empty with only the odd cat that would saunter by. My heart is filled with the endless sadness that only an immortal can feel, and I had to swallow hard to keep the blood tears from flowing down my cheeks and staining my shirt. I continued my walk in the darkness of the night, which felt like an eternity, and shortly came to a perfect house. It wasn't a wealthy house, but wasn't poor either, and knew the clothes they would wear would have been in fashion, but not over the top, which is what would suit my Laland, and I knew he would like it. I made quick work with my vampiric abilities of climbing the side of the house and up towards the top window, which I sensed was the bedroom. I peered through the window to make sure the room was empty, and to my luck, no one was in there. The room was beautifully decorated and had a stunning wooden wardrobe. On the far left of the wall, and on the far right of the wall, a bookcase full of books sat. In the middle of the room, there was a standard four-poster bed with emerald green curtains. Luckily for me, the window was open, So I crawled through the open window and made a quick, soundless walk over to the wooden wardrobe. I pulled open the wardrobe doors and sifted through the clothes, searching for the perfect outfit. I found a crisp white shirt, a cravat, black breeches with white stockings, and black buckled shoes with a heel. There was also a waistcoat in black and a long black jacket adorned with gold fleur-de-lions. Everything was in my beloved's size. I made quick work of packing this into my shoulder bag and made haste down the side of the house before anyone became aware I was in them. I walked back out into the street and made a slow walk back to the mausoleum. Once back at the mausoleum, I placed the bag next to the basket and stood outside the mausoleum door smoking a cigarette and thinking of what I needed to do next. I gathered the stones, wood, food and drinks. I now had the clothes as well. The only remaining items were a clean chamber pot, a fresh bucket of water, and a task of carving a beautiful siding for the grave and a lovely cross. After finishing my cigarette, I quickly made my way to the stream. I emptied the contents of the chamber pot into a hole I had dug, washed the pot, and then filled the bucket with fresh water before returning to the mausoleum. Once back, I placed the bucket and chamber pot in their usual spot and stepped outside again. I took my knife from my pocket and picked up the first tree trunk. Unlike mortals, my vampiric abilities made carving a tree trunk with a basic blade an easy and quick job. Before long, I was able to carve out the outlines of what would become a border for my beloved's grave, along with the basic cross shape. I soon carved intricate swirls, leaves, hearts, religious symbols and fleur-de-lions upon the borders of the cross. I also carved Laland's name on the border and wrote a beautiful message upon the cross with his date of death. With my vampiric abilities, not only was I able to read from his mind his date of birth and name, but also the town he lived in, where he'd come from Paris. Here's what was wrote on the cross. Laland de la Santana, born 1777, 12th of May at 12 p.m. Died 1799, 24th of January at 12 a.m., aged 22. Hometown Paris, Saint-Germain and Lay. To my beloved Laland de la Santana, I will love you forever. I wish you peace. May you rest in the arms of God. Rest in peace, my baby boy. I soon made quick work of finishing all the tasks. Dawn was now approaching, and so I took my last cigarette and with a heavy heart made my way into the mausoleum and snuggled up to my beloved Laland and fell into an immortal slumber. Laland's 7th day of capture. I woke before my beloved Laland and just lay with my arms wrapped lovingly around him. Before long, I woke and whispered to my master, "Master, are you there? I'm here, baby boy." I rolled over to my side, wrapping my arms tightly around him, and we kissed passionately for such a long time before I felt him run his long, elegant fingertips down my tummy and over the top of my right thigh. Oh, how good it felt, feeling him slip 2 of his long, elegant, icy fingers inside me. "Oh, master," I sighed softly. "Oh, Laland, my love." We continued to kiss passionately as he pumped hard inside me, and the tingling took over my thighs. The pleasure filled all areas down below, and I didn't want him to stop. Before long, I felt his instrument of passion slide deep and hard inside me, and felt the firm yet soft pump of his instrument of passion, and I cried out in such deep pleasure as he did. "Laland, my love, get on top of me." "Yes, master." I climbed on top, not sure what to do, but my master told me to make love as I would a woman. I climbed on top of him and pushed gently. I felt myself enter him, and it felt so good. "Ah, master," I cried out, and before long I felt myself pumping harder and harder. I felt his body convulse with pleasure. We rolled in pure ecstasy for such a long time, before I could hold no longer, and came so hard, so deeply inside him. It felt so good and so natural, and soon we both fell to the floor, and my head fell peacefully on his chest as we both panted from the pleasures of our love. Landry reached over to the left side, picking up his cigarette tin, and pulling out 2 cigarettes, reaching and lighting them by the light of the candle. We both smoked our cigarettes and cuddled for what felt like an eternity. Before long, Landry asked if I'd like drinks and a meal, and told me he'd gone out to buy the finest foods and drinks he could find. I accepted graciously, and he laid the food and drinks out in front of us. "Master, are you not going to eat and drink?" "Yes, my beloved, I will." With my vampiric skills, I made it appear that I was eating and drinking, and Laland didn't notice. It was all an act to hide the fact that I am a creature of the night. Soon enough, Laland had had his fill of the food and drinks, and rested in my arms once more. I held him with great love, and saw him yawn. My heart felt as though it was being crushed within the tightest of vices, but I hid my pain well from my lover and kissed him passionately. It was now 7 o'clock, and Laland had fallen peacefully asleep in my arms. I laid him down as always, and stood up to walk to the entrance of the mausoleum, where I lit a cigarette and took a deep draw. Many a thought crossed my mind, and I shall share as best I can my thoughts and feelings of what crossed my mind before my last fatal passionate kiss, the kiss of death upon my beloved Laland. As I stood smoking my cigarette, the thoughts and feelings that were running through my head were thoughts and feelings of searing pain that no amount of time could wash clean from my stained soul. I grappled with the thought of whether I have the power to turn him like myself, a creature of the night, as I loved Laland so intensely. Is there a way I could keep him but also allow him his human freedoms? Would it be wrong to keep him longer imprisoned in my mausoleum? I can't let him go. I love him, but I can't keep him by my side as I wish. I soon switched to thinking of how I was going to execute his death. I wanted it to be pleasurable, yet quick and painless. I can use my vampire gifts to ease his fears just by touching his hand. I can daze him and trigger the part of his brain that expresses emotions of fear, and to sedate that part to give my beloved no sense of fear, only the feelings of wanting what I'm about to do to my beloved Laland. My bite will feel much more pleasurable than sex itself. I can achieve this sensation with my gifts. Oh, how I wish I could make him, like me, a vampire. I sighed sadly and realised that my cigarette was finished. I tossed the cigarette butt on the ground and turned around slowly, burdened with deep sorrow in my heart. A blood tear ran down my cheek as I walked slowly, feeling as though my body was made of lead, as if I were trudging through tar. I made my way back to the mausoleum, heading towards a place where my beloved lay in deep sleep, oblivious to the fact that he was about to be killed by the man who loved and adored him just as much as he loves and adores me. I slowly waited, and then walked up towards where my beloved Laland lay fast asleep, and pulled back the blanket, crawling in beside him. For a long time, I just lay there, holding my love in my arms and kissed him passionately up and down his neck. Laland didn't make a stir, and just sighed passionately. Soon a blood tear ran down my cheek, and I so very much didn't want to do this, but I had no choice. I turned Laland's head to the side so it would rest upon my shoulder, and then still he didn't make a stir. I kissed up and down his neck slowly, mentally sedating him as I didn't want him to suffer. Very slowly, I opened my mouth with my fangs, ready to pierce his soft, plump skin. I bent my head slowly, gently pressing my fangs into his neck. In his sedated slumber, he winced a little and sighed, "Ouch," before succumbing to the firm pressure of my fangs penetrating his neck. Now came the painful part, the piercing of the jugular, and I heard his cries of pain as if sounded like a tapping upon crystal glass. Soon my fangs were deep inside him, and the fount of blood rose, filling my mouth. I drank gently, making sure to bring him the most intense of pleasure. It felt like a century of drinking, and I was reluctant to kill him, and a taste of his blood, although sweet and succulent, felt like drinking acid, as his memories filled my mind as I saw his life before my very eyes with each drop of his essence I drank. I saw how poor and abusive his existence had been with his parents. I saw the hell of the military training he went through, the desire to become a priest, the hate and sorrow of taking lives for his family and the country, honour. It seemed his only happy moment was with me, and yet I am the cause of his death. I soon let go of Neck and him passionately. And as I did this, the last of his blood drained away from him. His last words were, "I love you, Master, I will love you forever, and always I shall never forget you. I shall wait for your return, with only love in my heart. Thank you for making my sad life happy, and for showing me true love and comfort. I love you, Master." Then soon he drew his last breath, peacefully, and stopped moving. The blood tears filled my eyes, and I wanted to scream out in heartache, but alas, not yet. I had to clean my love and dress him in the fine clothes I had found. I also needed to dig his resting place, and lay my beloved Laland to rest. Then I can sit and grieve for my love. Eventually I managed to pick myself up, and stood up walking sorrowfully towards the mausoleum door, where a thunderstorm had broken out, filling the sky with its white lightning flashes and loud rumbles of thunder that shook the very ground. The rain poured in torrents, but alas, I must dig my love's resting place. I walked out slowly with blood tears falling like torrents of rain, and already I was soaked to the bone, and the blood tears soaked my shirt. I slipped my way up the muddy pathway through a little black gateway, and up to the spot where a small stream lay, and began to dig a grave for my beloved Laland. I have no priest, but what I can offer my beloved is to be buried in this consecrated ground of the cemetery. I made my way to the spot I had chosen, and stabbed my shovel into the ground hard, and began to dig. The dig was messy, yet the storm had helped to make it an easy job for digging a deep enough hole to place my love in comfortably. I dug for what felt like an eternity, and my hands plus clothes were drenched in blood, rain and mud. Eventually I had dug a deep enough hole, and walked back to the mausoleum. With the heaviest of hearts, I came to the entrance, and it looked as if my beloved Laland was sleeping, yet I knew he was dead. I took the bucket of water along with a new rag I'd made, and used my vampiric abilities to make quick work of lovingly washing my beloved's body before drying and dressing him in the fine clothes I'd found. I picked up the blanket and threw it over my shoulder. I then picked up my beloved Laland and grabbed the corner of the pillow. I took care of carrying Laland to his final resting place. I laid my beloved on the ground in front of the open grave, and placed the pillow inside the top end of the grave. I gently laid him into the cold, wet ground, positioning his head to the side as he always liked to sleep. I bent his knees to curl him into the fetal position, which was his preferred sleeping arrangement. After that, I covered him with a blanket, tucking him in tightly as if he were lying in a bed. Before I took to my shovel to bury my love, I first, with great difficulty, lit a cigarette and smoked for a while, sobbing like a distressed child left alone. I smoked and watched as the lightning lit up the sky, and sat and felt every vibration of the rumbles of thunder that came after each flash of lightning. I stood over the grave and choked out a few words. These were my last words to my beloved. My beloved, my love, my baby boy, Laland. as I lay you to rest with a heart broken from the sorrows and pains of the darkened abyss of the dark world I was reborn in, I lay thee to rest, and wish your travels to be straight into heaven itself, and into the arms of God. I shall forever love and miss you. May you be at rest and in peace, my baby boy. I flicked my cigarette butt into the distance and took off my bracelet. I then took off Laland's gold band with his name engraved and placed my band on his wrist, and placed his band on my wrist, sealing our eternal love and memory. I soon made short work of burying my love with my vampiric skills of speed. After doing this, I slid my way through the black gate, and carrying the borders I'd made along with the cross, then I returned to the entrance of the mausoleum, carrying the stones. Once I came to the entrance of the mausoleum, I picked up all the stones. After I had done this, I set to work, putting up the borders in no time, and the cross. I then used the old ways of cementing the border and cross into place. I took time resting the river stones and quartz I'd found neatly and tidily upon the main middle segment of the grave. As I made my way along, the rain intensified, and the lightning became more frequent, accompanied by rumbling thunder, signalling that the storm was growing dangerously. I hurriedly collected as much lavender as I could find, along with red and yellow poppies from the wild bay tree. I gathered a mass of branches and arranged everything into a beautiful bouquet to place on my love's grave. With the storm growing stronger, I quickly finished the bouquet and returned to his grave, gently laying it down on top. I lit my last cigarette, smoking slowly while I sobbed at his graveside. Eventually, I realised I needed to return to the mausoleum as dawn was fast approaching, and it was time for me to take my immortal slumber. I walked quickly in the raging storm to the entrance of the mausoleum door and took my last smoke before entering and locking the door. I went back, still picturing where my Laland had been laying. My heart was filled with such sadness. I struggled desperately to get the words wrote into my journal. But alas, I will continue. Before entering and looking around the room, still picturing where my Laland had been laying, I gathered what was left of his clothes, his trousers, jacket and torn shirt. I left the sash and fez in the corner, just as I had done the first night when I removed his clothing. The bucket and chamber pot could be cleaned tomorrow night, for now I curled up in the spot where he had been lying, and it was still warm. I wept, holding onto his clothes and breathing his scent, missing him terribly. After a while, I got up for another cigarette before lying down to sleep, as there was only an hour left before dawn. I soon finished my smoke, bolted the doors, and before falling into the eternal slumber, I wept again and let out uncontrollable screams of heartache. Before long, I succumbed to the comforting darkness of my vampiric rest. In my peaceful mortal slumber, my vampiric senses detected change in the atmosphere. The language and accents had changed. The accent of Plymouth was not as grainy and rough, but had become smoother sounding. The words spoken were not like I remembered. The elegance and sophistication had diminished, becoming more basic. I could also hear what sounded like a giant wasp, mixed with the tinkling of metal every so often as I lay in my slumber. I soon heard the sound of strange musical instruments, not like instruments which were pure, innocent, sophisticated, elegant, and in peaceful melodies you could gently sway to or sleep to. It was loud and super loud, and the instrument sounded so futuristic. It is time. It is time I shall rise from my immortal slumber and take to the streets, thriving off of the blood of my victims. I opened my eyes slowly, stretched my numb limbs, and and sat up, fumbling for a cigarette, but my matches had turned to dust, and so had the tobacco I had. What's this? I only slept for one day. I looked around me, and the candle had burned to a small stub that sat on the floor, again in dust. The chamber pot and bucket were empty, yet I remembered my beloved Laland. Tears began to fill my eyes and fall. Laland, my beloved Laland, my love. Sucking back the tears, I carried on. My Laland had used the pot, but now all that was left was a brown stain in the base of the pot. The bucket was rusted and needs replacing. The basket that had the ales, meats and slices of bread had turned to dust inside the basket, and bottles that sat silently amongst the dust. I managed to sit up, although I felt stiff. After a short while, I managed to stand up and walk towards the mausoleum door. Pulling back the bolt, with a screech like creak, I flung the doors open. In front of me, things had changed. The farmland had turned into an overgrown grassy hill, and the huge winding stream of the sea in the distance was still here. I thought perhaps they had stopped farming here. The farmland had turned into an overgrown grassy hill, and the huge winding stream of the sea in the distance was still here. I thought perhaps they had stopped farming here. I walked up through the small black gate and walked around the graveyard. Everything seemed normal, just as it should. Nothing out of place. I could feel the change in the air, and the smells were different. There was an unfamiliar dirty scent to the air, which I had never smelled. I went to my beloved's grave, and to my shock, it was overgrown with weeds and looked ancient. I used my vampiric abilities to clear away all the weeds before grabbing wild daisies to place upon his grave. I shed a few tears, but after visiting my beloved's grave, I got back to trying to identify this change has been. I soon realised I was covered in a thick dust. Where did this come from? Then I didn't care and just shook off the dust and mats in my hair before walking towards the church. The church was the very same too, so not much has changed. I walked up the path of the graveyard and thought I would take a trip to the old alehouse and grab me a victim or two. I'm starving. It feels like I haven't satiated my immortal hunger for a good 100 years or so. I do need a cigarette too. I made my way up the winding pathway of the graveyard and came to the alehouse. What is this? The alehouse is no longer called the Church Inn, but is now called the Blue Monkey. The owner, Cornelius, hasn't passed, has he? I hope not. I always really liked him. As I approached the alehouse, the noise was overwhelming and shocking. The strange, futuristic instruments both scared and thrilled me, making me sway to this modern style of music. I was momentarily taken aback by the flickering lights of the candles. They flashed in colours like blue, orange, green, yellow and red. A peculiar sight. Candlelight is usually a warm yellow, but these candles hung from the ceiling in an egg shape resembling glass. How could that be? As I stood there, gazing at all the strange sights, I noticed 3 well-dressed men standing behind the alehouse smoking. I decided to take a short walk over to them to ask for a cigarette. They wore the most unusual clothes. One man had a black leather trousers paired with only a fishnet top and black boots. Another wore black leather trousers and boots as well. But he had a leopard print shirt and leather jacket. I cannot explain the shock or the excitement. I like this new style of dress and music. I can't wait to explore this new century I have awoken in. I woke up to them casually and addressed them as fitting. Hello, my fine fellows. The man in a leopard print shirt just looked at me in amazement and began to burst out laughing before nudging his friend and said, Oi mate, look at Shakespeare. What's wrong? What you want, mate? Could one possibly spare a cigarette? They just looked, and suddenly again this man laughed and nudged his friend. Shakespeare wants a bloody cigarette. The man looked at his mate, then back at me before saying, "Look, mate, just pull up. You don't want any trouble, do you? And what trouble dost thou offer me?" Both men broke into roaring laughter, and the man in the leopard print shirt nudged his head to his side before both of them walked up towards me with clenched fists. "We're going to beat the hell out of you, mate." "Is that what you're going to do?" I replied. "Yeah, mate." I let the man in his fetching shirt grab me by the collar. I swung round and gripped him tightly, baring my fangs, laughing evilly, and about to sink my fangs deep into his neck. "Look, mate, it's freaking Dracula." "Who is this Dracula you speak of?" "A vampire, mate." "Ah, yes, I am, and you two idiots will become my drink of the night." I laughed evilly and then sank my fangs deep into his neck. He screamed out in agonizing pain, and I fed with thrill from his screams, so he lay limp in my arms. So I threw him to the ground. His friend began to run, shouting for help. But that won't save them, or help them now. And I soon caught up with him, a little distance from his friend in the graveyard. I tore into his throat and drank greedily, feeding from his fear, screams and dirty blood. I healed his wounds and threw him upon the ground. I took this man's leather trousers, boots and leather jacket off of his corpse and dressed before clearing his pockets of the new style money. I will be fine, as whilst I was drinking these two, I obtained from the memories how to use this new style money. I went back up to the man in the leopard print shirt, stole his money and cigarettes, along with this new style match that I could just flick by pushing a button. How simplistic and useful, and it seems it would last longer. The cigarettes looked different, with their orangey tips, but tasted the same. I lit one of these cigarettes and then walked back to my mausoleum to place my old clothes inside. After that, I decided to take a short walk to Bud's Head Creek in my new flashy attire. I walked down the winding pathway of the graveyard, where I came across something that was so very different than before. Instead of the grassy hills and farm animals roaming around, there were these solid black pathways, with these strange metallic carriages that seemed to pass so fast without the aid of being pulled by a horse. I managed to cross safely, but alas, more strange things were here for me to see. There were many of these solid black pathways, with these non-horse-drawn carriages whizzing past on both the left and right sides. Of this path sat rows upon rows of homes, and every so often I would walk past a metal pole that had the same weird egg-shaped glass candle. It lit the streets, so no need to carry a lantern was needed. Oh, this is so very convenient. I smiled as I continued walking, but to my shock, when I arrived at Bud's Head Creek, the creek was gone. Instead, all I saw were large black metal carriages zooming up and down a pathway. On either side of the street, numerous buildings housed various shops. I'll do my best to describe what I saw, but please bear with me, as many of these items these shops were selling were unfamiliar to me, and they seemed quite strange if I'm being honest. The first shop I spotted in the distance was what was called a supermarket. I wondered what a supermarket sold, so I walked over to investigate. Using my vampiric sight, I was able to see inside the shop were shelves filled with food stretched as far as the eye could see. Oh, how I yearned to explore these strange items. I used my vampiric abilities to unlock the doors and disable any traps that might have been set. There was a loud, alarming beep, but to my surprise, it seemed my vampiric powers had grown stronger while I was asleep. Without fully understanding how I disarmed the traps and found myself inside the store. After disarming all the traps, I made my way into the store, and my mind was so very taken by sheer surprise, by all the new and weird fangled contraptions, and the shelves upon shelves of boxed foods and cans, and weird shiny wrappings that were around these new food items. My first walk was up towards a bizarre-looking countertop, which had an odd-textured black mat. A little distance down the mat sat this huge metallic box, with buttons and a glass table. In front of it, a stool sat behind this. So I took the liberty of sitting on the stool and gaped at this strange contraption. Eventually, I got up and decided to take a walk to the shelved areas. Please remember that my vampiric sight allows me to see clearly in the darkness of the night, as if you were sitting in your room with the egg-shaped glass candle alit. I walked up to the first row of shelves, and the first thing that caught my eye was a shiny bag, and it had potatoes on the front with round circles that were very thin. They called this a crisp and read about how crunchy and satisfying it is, and how the sour cream, whatever that is so delicious. It makes your mouth water. It makes you want more. Interestingly, I thought, but then my mouth dropped as I saw a whole line of this shelving, which contained all these weird flavours that I'd never heard of. Some of the flavours I saw read as prawn cocktail, salt and vinegar, barbecue, sweet chili, cheese and onion, bacon, cheese, pickled onion, nice and spicy. What is a nice and spicy, I thought. Soon I made my way to the next two shelves on either side of me. There were countless bottles labelled as sauces, featuring unusual flavours I had never encountered before. On the other hand, all these modern-style dishes would take too much time to prepare. How was this possible, I wondered. I went from shelf to shelf, noticing that there were all these foods that were not in season, but you could buy mass amounts of these in cans, bottles, or weird shiny wrappers and boxes. The most fascinating things to see were the huge metallic boxes that emitted icy cold air, forming a thin layer of ice along the shiny surfaces and wrappings. There was an incredible effect, creating the illusion of a chilly day where ice blanketed the pathways of the hills, all originating from the mysterious boxes. I was completely captivated and perplexed by it all. After exploring this strange place called a supermarket, I used my vampiric abilities to close the doors and reanimate the traps. I found a corner of the building where I could stay out of sight, lit a cigarette, and then got to my feet to continue exploring the area. I finished my cigarette and flicked the butt onto the ground, stomping the burning ember of the cigarette end I was smoking. I began my walk, continuing with the left side of this newly formed creek of Bud's head. Shortly, a man in a woolly jumper and corduroy trousers came up to me and said, "Hi, do you have the time?" "Time? What is that, my fine fellow?" "You know, the time you read from a watch." Watch? What is this?" "Oh, I got a thick one here." "Never mind, have a good night." "Thank you. Have a good night too, my fine fellow." "Thanks, you're welcome," and off he wandered. Before long, I came across a rectangular building that had a door on the left, featuring a stick figure of a dress covered above it with the word "woman." Written underneath on the right side, there was another door with a stick figure of a man carved above it, and the word "man" written beneath. Above both doorways, the word "toilet" was displayed. What is a toilet? I thought. It was clear which door to choose. I decided to push a door marked with a stick man, which had a carving of a man on it, and above it were the silvery words that read "man." As I walked into the room, I found it very small, and the smell of urine and human excrement filled the air. The scent of the human excrement was so very pungent and unpleasant to smell. I looked around the room with its egg-shaped glass candle, which flickered its lights on and off. There I found the most peculiar object fixed to the wall. It was a bucket, and it had two metallic plates with buttons on the top protruding from the walls. I thought, but one has to take the bucket to the stream to get water to wash in. My curiosity got the better of me, and I pushed the button on the metallic pipe. Ah! I jumped down my skin, but watched with amazement as water gushed out from the metallic pipe before disappearing as quickly as it came. No need to go to get water from a stream? Wow, this is futuristic, I thought. I turned to my right and saw 3 rooms with doors so small you could only sit in by the looks of it. Well, I pushed open one of the doors, and to my surprise, I sat another bucket, but this was sitting upon a thick stick, and had a box with the same metallic style pipe. It had the very same style button to push. Before I pushed the button to see what would happen, I noticed that the floor around was sticky, and was puddled with urine, and inside a bizarre-looking bucket there was a significant amount of human excrement inside it. When I finally pushed the button, I jumped again as a loud rushing sound echoed around me. Water began to pour into the bucket, swirling around. Before long, to my amazement, the water quickly disappeared along with the excrement. I thought to myself, oh, this is magical and mysterious. How is this possible? Wow, I no longer have to empty a chamber pot into a hole. This is so convenient. With my newfound excitement, I realised that dawn would be approaching in just a few hours, and I needed to rest. The next place I planned to explore was across the black pathway, filled with whizzing metallic carriages, leading to a building labelled newsagents. I crossed the road safely with metallic carriages whizzing past, and soon found myself standing outside a shop called a newsagent's. Using my vampiric abilities, I disarmed the traps and made my way into the shop undetected. Inside, I discovered a rack full of papers covered with words along with colourful booklets to read. I quickly devoured this knowledge, which included reports of recent crimes and even forecasts of the weather. Information they could acquire without having to look outside. I found puzzles, historical accounts, and something they referred to as TV. I couldn't wait to learn more about it. After absorbing all this knowledge, I noticed items called soap, deodorant, shampoo, and toothpaste, which claimed to clean and leave fresh scents. I opened each product to sniff the fragrances, which were strong and floral, yet delightful. I particularly enjoyed the minty scent of toothpaste. Finally, I approached the counter where tobacco was displayed and helped myself to several packets of cigarettes, leaving the appropriate amount of notes on the desk before walking out and reactivating the traps behind me. I opened the strange-feeling box and pulled out a cigarette before endeavouring to walk a little up the pathway and towards a huge grey building called a library. And what could this library be? I wondered. Again, with ease, I disarmed the traps and made my way inside this building. Oh my! This one-floor building was filled with mountains of books, from historical to story to papers with words and shiny booklets with words. There were now books on different places of the world, and books that taught English, maths, science, history, something they called geography, literature, music, and so much more. With my vampiric gifts, I spent the last few hours devouring all I could read. Again, my vampiric gifts allowed me to read this mass of books in one night, unlike a human who couldn't possibly read all this in one lifetime. Soon I had finished reading all these wonderful books and had obtained the knowledge I needed to survive this era. I came to understand that the metallic carriages were called cars and the black pathways were called roads. I also learned that a toilet was a bucket for human waste, which took care of what they called hygiene, so it left a lesser risk of infectious diseases. I also learned how money is used in this time, as well as how my own time is referred to in history. I discovered that the landscape had changed while I slept. I learned about World War II and other invasions that occurred in this land. I explored the use of plastic wrapping and alarm systems designed to protect shops from invasion and theft. Additionally, I discovered soaps that are now used to promote hygiene. I delighted in the colourful booklets they called magazines, which informed me about the latest styles of clothing available to try. This was also very exciting and new to me, and I couldn't wait to explore more. But for now, I had filled my mind with all I needed to know to fit into this new era, and made my way back to the mausoleum in good time, and stood having a last cigarette before taking to my vampiric rest. I finished my cigarette and closed the door to my mausoleum and let the peaceful embrace of my immortal slumber take me once more. The new night had approached, and I stood up, lighting a cigarette, flung open the mausoleum doors and walked out into the fresh 90s night air. I walked down the pathways and what I now know as the roads. I crossed the road and walked past what I now know of as a street light, and up to where the rows of houses sat. I came to a house where the curtains were ajar a little and peered through the slit between, and there I could see what I had read about, the TV set blaring, its moving pictures in the background, and the sounds of voices coming through the screen. As the moving images rolled past the glass screen of the box that was sitting on the countertop, as I know they call a TV stand. I watched and watched, engrossed in what was called the Mayhem Mysteries. It was a crime show that had a detective solve the murder of a husband killing his wife. I knew I couldn't stay here all night. I needed to feed. As I walked down the street, I stumbled upon a vast open field. To my left, there was a grey wall adorned with trees, while to the right, huge rows of trees lined an old-fashioned pathway that resembled the ones from my era. In the centre, a large field stretched out, where, according to what I read, a children's playground was located. I lit a cigarette, feeling a wave of excitement, and made my way towards the park, entering through the small gateway. I finished my cigarette and flicked the end away, ready for the park that awaited me. Excitement filled every part of my being, and I wasted no time heading inside. As I pushed open the gate and walked in, I noticed the monkey bars, the slide, and the seesaw in the distance. I spotted the swing, a frame shaped like an N, with two long linked chains hanging from the top bar, and a plastic seat attached. The park was empty, so I made my way over to the swing and sat down. As I began to swing, I pushed backwards and then forwards, stretching my legs out as I moved. Each time I swung back, I bent my knees, then stretched out again. The swing moved with me, and I soared through the air. It felt wonderful, and was so much fun. I was enjoying myself immensely, but soon I had to stop, as dawn began to approach and I still needed to feed. Reluctantly, I got off the swing and headed towards what I now know is called St. Budo Square. There, under the doorway of a supermarket called Op Express, a homeless man lay fast asleep with nothing but a newspaper for a blanket. He was very sick, and my vampiric abilities detected he had only a few months at the most of life left in him. I silently walked over towards him, bent down, and without knowing, sank my fangs gently into his neck, feeding softly as not to hurt him. Before long, I had drained him dry, and as always left his husk as it were. I took a short walk back to the mausoleum and smoked my last cigarette, indulging in the happiness I'd found in tonight's wanderings. I walked into my mausoleum, closed the doors, and let the pleasurable immortal slumber take hold of me once more. Before falling asleep, I thought, I couldn't wait to see what I will find tomorrow night. I awoke from my immortal slumber to explore the night of this new era. As always, I stood and walked to the entrance of the mausoleum and flung open the doors on this new night of exploration. I lit my cigarette and began to walk the streets, their beautiful flickering street lamps illuminating the way. Tonight was a very windy night, which had that sticky, misty rain that clung to your clothes and skin, making you feel uncomfortable and dirty. Where did I want to go to? I'd like to revisit the same old spot by the River Tamar and check if the Fairy House Inn is still there, just a short distance from the harbour. I walked the streets with a sticky rain, falling softly and gently upon this new jacket I was wearing, the very same jacket I had taken from my first victim of my reawakening in this new time. The falling rain and strong winds created a beautiful melody to my ears. As I walked, I noticed that the landscape had changed. There were now rows of houses along with roads and cars zooming past. Despite the transformation, I still knew the way to the harbour. I continued my walk, taking in all the wonderful new sights around me. As I walked, the rain began to fall harder, but it didn't affect me, and I enjoyed the feel upon my skin. I took my walk down and around the bending path, which had become a road, and down to the harbour's edge. To my surprise, the Fairy House Inn was still there. It now played modern music and featured contemporary lighting, but it still maintained the same atmosphere I remember. I was very excited to see that it had not changed much. I walked up towards the outside of what they now call a pub, instead of an alehouse, and just stood, mouth agape, and excited to go inside to see what had changed slightly. Before stepping into the Fairy House Inn, I wandered along what is now a roadway, making my way up to the harbour steps, where the tall wall stood silent and watchful. I stood upon the top step and looked out towards the black waters of the nighttime sea. To my left stood Brunel's Bridge, an old 1800s railway bridge with its distinctive arches, while on my right sat the more modern Tamar Bridge. How did I know this, you may ask? Well, I read all about this when I took to the library on my first night of exploration. After staring into the distance at the modern Tamar Bridge, I allowed my sight to return to the Brunel Bridge and studied it with great fascination. This new modern structure could take people to what is known as Saltash in Cornwall. I soon finished staring at the wonder of the bridges and made my way back to what is now known as the pub. I stood outside the pub with excitement in my heart before making my way towards the entrance of the Fairy House Inn. As I made my way to the old Fairy House Inn, I pushed open the door and walked inside, and to my surprise, all the old style has been kept. All that had changed was the lighting instead of candles. There were now light bulbs. There were also one counter, which is now what they call a bar, where one can go and get their beverages. And just to the left of this bar sat a small room where foods are prepared. To my shock, females now worked and served just as the men. Both females and males wore the same black shirts along with black trousers and shoes. Before you have a rant and a rave at the great vampire Landry, please remember I came from the 1700s, and back then, females were mothers and keepers of the home, while I ordered a beer, which used to be called ale in my ear. I then made my way towards the darkest corner of the pub and just sat as I observed all that was happening around me. As I sat and watched, I noticed how the rhythm of work had quickened. Gone were the days when servers could linger at your table, delivering each drink with unhurried care. Now they darted past in a blur, juggling orders for multiple tables before racing back to the bar or cooking area. They moved through the rooms in a constant swirl, as if every step they took brought them closer to the finish line of an invisible race. I paid close attention to orders given to the servers. Here are a few orders I heard from my table. Fish and chips, cheese and pickle salad, cheesy chips, pasty. Oh, how peculiar, I thought, but knew from what I had read in the books that these were the types of dishes people ate in this time. Then there were the main non-alcoholic drinks. Here were a few orders of these drinks I had people ordering: orangeade, lemonade, strawberry lemonade, cola cherryade. Then there were the alcoholic drinks again. I shall list a few I heard that were not available in my era. There was vodka, brandy, sherry, Jägermeister, Malibu, spritzer, whatever that may be. Hearing all these new foods and drinks I had read about was not just exciting but amusing to me. It felt like I'd been transported to a brand new planet. My mind was overloaded with all the new words, sounds and smells that filled the old alehouse. Oh, how wonderfully thrilling it all is. I sat for a while with my beer in front of me, watching as the mysterious bubbles popped and crackled in the glass. I'm not sure how long I had been sitting watching this new marvel, or what I had read about. That water can now become carbonated to create a fizzy feel upon one's tongue. For a long time I just sat looking into the glass, my mind wandering back to my Laland and how much he would have enjoyed seeing all these new-fangled modern inventions. A sharp pain pierced my heart, and soon I felt the blood tears rise in my eyes, but had to choke them back. I couldn't allow any human to see this, as I'd for sure give away that I am a vampire. Before long, a female server came to my table, inquiring as to why I looked so sorrowful. The female server waltzed up towards me and engaged in conversation. "Hello, darling. Why such a long chin?" Long chin, I thought. What is that? I thought, then remembered from the books. It's a common phrase used as an endearing term to ask what's wrong. Ah, I sighed. I lost my love a while back, and my heart is still in the darkened abyss, sinking into a sea of sadness. Oh wow, so deep, she retorted. I just smiled. Are you a model? I laughed softly and just looked up. No, just an average man, looking for a good drink and a dark corner to hide away in, so to keep the darkness from consuming my very soul. Oh, she sighed, and I sensed arousal coming from her as her cheeks burned a deep red. Yet sexual liaisons were not on my list of wants at this specific time. My name's Lauren, by the way. Lauren Hollingsworth. Such a pretty name you have, my dear. Her cheeks became redder than before. My name's Landry. Oh wow, you're foreign. Yes, my dear, French. Oh, French are so sexy, replied Lauren. I just smiled as she blushed. So you're new here? Yes, my dear, and I am learning all about the new ways. You'll be alright, said Lauren. You'll pick things up quickly here. It's not too much different. Thank you, my dear. May I ask about your love? Feel free, my dear. Oh, thanks, sir. Just call me Landry. Oh, thanks. You're very welcome. Lauren then asked her question. Did she dump you? Dump me? Ah, in my mind I remember it means to break up with someone. I read a whole dictionary that night when I explored the local square. No, he didn't dump me, I mean she. It's okay, Landry, no one cares much for hiding sexuality these days. You can now walk around free. No hiding and no shame. No one cares now. See over there, that girl with the green spiked hair? That's Grace. And that girl sitting at the table? That's Tony. They're partners. They're lesbians. Oh wow. I love this, so no more hiding. I can now be free to express my sexuality. How joyful this feels. Uh-huh, Lauren replied. I just smiled and said, go on, my dear. What was his name? His name was Laland, and he was a soldier. Oh, wow. So, did he fight for his country? Yes, my dear, he did, and hated it. He wanted to be a priest. Oh, how lovely. So, are you gay? I smiled again. No, my dear, I'm bisexual. Oh, that's so cool, Laura replied. I'm just a basic straight girl. Nothing wrong with that, my dear. Lauren smiled. She was going to ask more questions, yet was called over to a table to take an order. I gotta go take this order, sorry. It's okay, my dear. It isn't right for me to keep you from your work. Ah, thanks, Landry. Landry, before I go to take this order, yes, my dear. Do you come here regularly? I do. Oh, fantastic. Hey, Lauren. Yes, Landry. Perhaps we could chat again at this very same table. Oh, I'd love that. I smiled and said, it's a date. She giggled and blushed and said, I'd like that, before saying, see you soon, Landry. See you soon, Lauren. For a while, I just sat and enjoyed listening to all the beautiful music that was being played in my beloved old alehouse. Come listen with me to all this spectacular 80s and 90s music. You'll love it too. I drifted in a trance, swept away by the spell of fantastical futuristic music. Suddenly, harsh shouts shattered the moment, echoing across the room and targeting the lovely girl I had just spoken with, Lauren. I sat frozen, watching the tension thicken as every eye in the room snapped towards the bar, where Lauren stood, alone in the spotlight. Oi, Lauren, bimbo, get your fat backside over here. My goodness, I thought, humble. Denny, please, I'm working. I don't bloody care. Get me a beer and a pasty, you lazy cow. Denny. Tears welled in her eyes, shimmering in the dim light, while I remained rooted to my seat, unable to look away from him. She moved to the bar, poured his pint with trembling hands, then crossed to the metal oven in the corner, retrieving a pasty and setting it carefully on a plate. She brought both over to him. Here, Denny, I love you. Bugger off, bimbo, Denny's gotta work. All of a sudden, he looks over to me and shouts, what are you looking at, you French nose? I see you chatting up my bed. The room still sat silent. I got up and walked over to him. Back off, idiot. You don't want any trouble now, do you? Of course not. But your girlfriend was telling me you're the man to come to for stuff. What sort of stuff? I looked over at Lauren and winked. She winked back. In my mind, I remembered what I read and was able to speak to him in this modern language. You know, green, bird. Oh, yeah, mate. Now I get you. Well, shall we go by the steps by the harbour? There's too many cameras in here, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, mate. Well, let's go. Okay. You smoke? I do, mate. Well, take a smoke for the way down to our deal spot. Ah, thanks, mate. You're very welcome, mate. A sly grin crept across my face as I handed him a cigarette. He slung his bag over his shoulder, and together we slipped out the door and into the blustering night, where the rain had faded, but the wind whipped the ocean into a chorus of crashing waves. As we stood just outside the doorway of the Ferry House Inn, the wind had taken on a ferocious howling sound, and the crashing sounds of the waves, which crept only halfway up the harbour shoreline, gave the perfect creepy setting for my delicious drink of the night. Little did Denny know that his days of narcotic dealings were about to come to an end. No more days of ruining innocent minds with his killer, addictive narcotics. He would sell at what seemed a fair price, but in reality were a waste of precious currency, which could have been used to create a better life within his victim, who had become dependent on the highs of these substances that not only destroyed the mind, but body within time of their use. No more shall he abuse his beautiful-minded girlfriend, or cause physical harm to the greedy who needed a fix, yet were unable to pay the price for their addiction. And certainly no more putting the sense of fear into the hearts of the average behaving humans that had the misfortune of having to sit in his presence of fits, greed, and human devastation. My mind was filled with pure malevolence, wishing to cause him the utmost harm. But it is always best not to rush such acts, and to savour the moment of the feast upon his fount of dirty blood. All of a sudden my thoughts were disturbed by his ever so irritating gangster voice. "Oi, Nonce, are you coming?" "Yes, good sir, I'm coming. Let us walk over to the steps, shall we?" Yeah, mate. Let's go then." We began to walk up towards the steps, which looked the same as they had looked from back in my time, and before long we had both walked down these steep steps onto the soft, stony ground of the harbour, which now had rough waves crashing halfway up the shoreline. "Oh, I don't know if we should deal down here, mate. The waves are pretty close." "It's okay. It will not take long to make the deal, so we should have plenty of time before the waves reach this area." I could feel the excitement and thirst bubble up inside me. I wanted him now, but I must take my time, playing the game, luring him into a sense of false security, and enjoying a vicious kill. Landry doesn't take too kindly to men who abuse women, and therefore he shall suffer a painful death at the hands of my fangs. As we began down the steep stairs towards the harbour, the wind had died down, but the rain began to fall heavily amongst the crashing waves. Oh, it started to rain. Yes. Come the wall. There's a small folly which will provide us with shelter from most of the rain and a good place to hide when it came. What was that, mate? I said that a good place to make a deal with you. Oh, right, sorry, I just misheard. Quite right. I smiled eagerly, while guiding him to the small crack between the wall and folly. I couldn't wait to hug him, to feed from him, to satiate myself with his dirty blood. I stood still and allowed for a solid 15 minutes to listen to him talk of all the narcotics he had to sell, and then I had the right moment to attack. I walked up slowly towards him, baring my fangs. He looked up at me. "Mate, what are you doing? And why do you have teeth like a dog?" I laughed evilly. Shortly, I saw his fist fly towards my face, and I grabbed hold of his clenched hand. He screamed out. "Ah, my hand! It's broken!" Wow, I thought. My strength must have increased considerably as I slept peacefully. He just stood there whimpering, so I pulled him hard against my chest as the rain raged on. I whispered in his ear, "You are a filthy work of Satan, and I am your demise." He choked out the tears in his eyes. "What are you on about, mate? I'm just trying to run a business. You know, run a business." More like real lives, the innocent ones. Why do you care? I care about those lives you took from innocent loving families who have lost a loved one permanently, with nothing but faded memories of their lives before falling into your deadly trap of addiction. Get on with it, will you? I slapped his face hard. "Ah, you nonce." "Nonce? I laughed with such a cruel tone. I believe it is you who is the nonce, no? He stayed quiet. Suddenly he pulled out a knife, stabbing it through my hand. My hand became pinned against the folly, and he soon made haste in running towards the steps. With my vampiric abilities, I made quick work of pulling out the knife and jumping on the step in front of him. "Ah!" he screamed. "How did you get there so fast?" "I am a vampire, Denny. You can't outrun me, but try if you please." I looked down, and the wound had healed beautifully, not a mark to be seen. "A vampire? Come on, mate, they don't exist." "Okay, so you wouldn't mind if I were to suck on your neck for a little bit?" "What, mate? You're a weirdo." I showed my teeth again and took off running into the distance on the right up the harbour, where the tide was beginning to creep ever closer up to the harbour and towards us. "Ah, get away from me, you freak!" screamed Benny. I laughed out and shouted, "I'm going to get you, little chicken," before laughing evilly. "Up yours, weirdo." I kept laughing evilly. I do like a good chase, I thought. Soon I'd had my fun, watching him run around like a headless chicken, panting himself out. So using my vampiric speed, I zoomed up towards him, and shortly I stood before him, grabbing hold of his jacket, before flinging him to the ground. I crawled on top of him, pinning him firmly upon the stony ground of the harbour. He screamed out again, but this time he screamed out, "Help! Somebody help me!" "No one's going to help you. It's only you and me." I could see the tears rolling down his cheeks, and I whispered into his ear, "Remember all the souls you made cry with your physical attacks for payments? The fear you put into the hearts? Now you understand how they felt." "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he cried. "It's too late. You can't bring back those souls you took. I know. What are you? What are you going to do to me?" Then he said feebly, "I told you I am a vampire, and now I'm going to take your delicious, filthy soul." I wrenched his head to the side, and he screamed out, begging me, "Ah, no, please don't kill me. I'll go straight, I swear. Please, I'll do anything. It's too late then. Nothing will save me now." I sank my fangs deep into his neck, and he screamed out with the loudest of screams. I drank greedily and ferociously. He pulled at my hair and scratched at my back and face, screaming, but I covered his mouth with my hand. Soon his screams turned to gentle whimpers, and I let go of him, watching his chest pump as he fought to survive. But no one can survive the bite of the great vampire Landry. His last words were, "A real vampire. Ah, I'm sorry. Tell Lauren I love her." "I will." He smiled and let out the loudest of screams for a good few seconds before his body convulsed, and he took his last breath. As he lay limp and lifeless, I went through his pockets and took his cash, cigarettes, and lighter, as I know it to be now. As I looked down, I could see the water beginning to lap against the side of his body. The tide was coming in pretty fast, so I used my vampiric speed to run over to the crack in the folly, grabbed his bag, threw out all the narcotics, and could see the bag was filled with a hefty sum of banknotes. I put the bag over my shoulder and ran back to where his body lay. I picked up his body and threw it out into the blackened waters of the nighttime ocean, and made my way up the steps quickly. As soon as I reached the top step, I took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter, before returning the lighter to my pocket, and stood watching as the darkened void of empty nighttime ocean swallowed Denny's body. I just got halfway down my cigarette and smiled as the last of his arms sank beneath the endless black waters of the River Tamar. Soon I heard music blaring from the Fairy House Inn, a woman singing. It's all just a little bit of history repeating. I've seen it before, and it'll be seen again. I just stood there laughing, as yes, this did happen back when I The night was still young, and I set out on foot, retracing my steps and savouring the slow journey back to my mausoleum. Rain hammered down in relentless sheets, drenching me to the bone, yet I relished every drop. As I walked, I marvelled at the dazzling modern landscape, transformed beyond recognition during the 100 years I had slept. Before long, I returned to my mausoleum, dropped the bag of cash onto the cold stone floor, and settled at the entrance. I lit a cigarette and gazed over the rain-soaked abandoned fields and rolling hills, the distant river glimmering like a silver ribbon. Soon, my thoughts drifted to the idea of building a new mausoleum in the old cemetery known as Western Mill. Since it was only 11 at night, I decided to take a midnight stroll to Western Mill and scout for the perfect spot to begin anew. Well, I thought, no time like the present. So up I stood, closing the mausoleum doors, and walking out of the graveyard and down the many roads with its glittering street lamps, still glowing in the pouring rain, and made my way down a hill called Trocket Road. As I got to the top of the hill, I could hear a little girl crying. "Landry, Landry, I love you. Vampire Landry, I love you. Bite me, bite me. I want to be yours forever. Please, bite me." I followed the sound of the little girl's voice. It was on the same side of the street I was standing on, and it was the middle house with the navy blue door, number 28. Drawn by her voice, I slipped over the little fence into her back garden. From there, I spotted her room, the top left window glowing softly at the back of the house. I used my vampiric ability to hover outside her window, and there I saw, in the light of an orangey lava lamp, her tears streaming down her cheeks as she lay in bed clutching a videotape called Landry and Laland's Tale of Capture and Heartache. But how? Who? When? My journal. I knew I dropped it somewhere. I used my cute vampiric sight to see the front of the videotape that was exposed, and it read, "Thrilling horror of a French civil soldier caught by the great vampire Landry, who loved and kept him up until the day he had to release his trapped love into the arms of the angels." The journal was discovered by J.D. Thompson, a historical researcher. The journal was then made into a movie by Sandra Cumbersall. My gosh, and this has made this little girl adore and want me? But why would she want to be bitten? It's a fate worse than death itself. She is far, far too young for my vampiric senses picked up that. Her name is Claire. Although she really hates her name, and her age is only 8. I shall have to be patient and let the little flower bud blossom into a flower before I show myself to her. But for now, I will pay visits and let her know I'm here and care. I will wait patiently for that day when she becomes the right age for Landry to pursue. Oh, how sweet, she cried herself to sleep clutching the videotape. The window was ajar, so I fumbled in my pocket and pulled out a coin with 1712 written on it. I then left it on the windowsill for her. Now I must go see Western Mill Cemetery to find a grand spot to build my new mausoleum. I walked down the hill and along a small bridge. On the left was the old Ham Woods, and on the right sat what they called a dump, where humans would take rubbish. As I walked up the long winding hill, I came to the gates of Western Mill Cemetery. I pushed open the gates and walked inside. The graveyard was now 3 times bigger than it had ever been. It now housed a crematorium, where they would burn the bodies. I also saw a finger post. This told me where to walk to find the oldest part of the graveyard. I made my way straight ahead, passing by the rose bushes and fruit trees. These were home to human ashes. I continued up the hill, turned to the left, and reached a little black gateway. There immediately I saw it. In the far distance sat a hill amongst the ancient old graves, and a large plot of land. It would be big enough to build the mausoleum I would like. The black marble with the style of the 1700s, vases outside. There would be enough room for plumbing for water, baths, toilet and sinks. I could fit a small alga inside with a smoke pipe out the back for fume release. Oh my god, it was perfect. Feeling content with my feelings and findings of the night, I made my way out of the cemetery with plans in mind. Now the question is, this is how I would build this. As I am a vampire, and I must sleep during the day, so how would I go about building this building? I could obtain my old wealth by killing more narcotic dealers, as they seem to hold a lot of money, and so I shall be able to obtain my old wealth in no time. But how would I make the arrangements for the building of the new mausoleum? This is going to require a little thought and craftiness, but alas, dawn was approaching. I must return to my mausoleum from my daily slumber. When the night approaches, I will get to work, planning how I'm going to build and arrange my new dwelling. For now, I must rest. I walked past the dump and up the hill, crossed the road, then walked up the hill to Claire's home. I heard Claire awake. She was crying again. I mentally whispered, "Soon, my dear, soon. But you must be patient. Grow, learn, and become a blossoming flower. Landry will come for you soon." I used my vampiric abilities to speed and to make my way back to my mausoleum, and took my last cigarette, as always, then closed the doors. The bag in the corner I picked up and looked inside. Before falling into my immortal slumber, there were £30,000 inside, which was a massive amount back then. Perfect, I thought. I could start to make plans immediately, but I would kill a few more narcotic dealers to obtain my old, perhaps more wealth than I'd ever had, and make this mausoleum a grand home for my future human to live in, whoever that might be. I went to take one more smoke, then closed the doors of my mausoleum before snuggling up on the cold floor and falling into the darkened abyss of the pleasurable immortal slumber I've come to enjoy. Soon my daily immortal slumber had been done, and I awoke, lit a cigarette and flung open the mausoleum doors as normal. "Ah!" I screamed as the sunlight hit me. I flung myself backwards against the darkest part of the mausoleum wall, but then a strange realization struck me. Hang on a minute. No smoke, no burns, no feelings of searing fire peeling away at my skin. What is this? And why am I not burning in the flames until the point of dust? I grabbed a new cigarette as I'd lost the last one in my dash of fear, and walked slowly towards the mausoleum door and peered shyly into the light of day. The sunlight pricked at my eyes, but my skin felt untouched. I crept out of the mausoleum, cigarette in hand, and paused on the threshold. I was unharmed. Nothing sinister befell me. I gazed around, marvelling at the hills, cloaked in the most vivid greens. The distant sea shimmered like a sapphire beneath the sun. Flowers in bursts of red, blue, yellow, and white dazzled my senses, scattered like jewels across the land. "Oh my," I breathed, overwhelmed by the beauty. A wide smile blooming across my face. I could walk in the sunlight at last, but then the truth crashed over me. My hope of escaping this endless earthly prison was gone. Now I was truly trapped, unable to flee my fate. I began to feel sad for a while before realizing I could now walk amongst humans. What I mean is that Landry can now go and set up a bank account, and my plans for making my new mausoleum have become much easier, just like a human. as I can go to places to acquire materials and builders and such. This is perfect, I thought. I sat outside, still smoking my cigarette and thinking of all the new things I could do now. Well, I had 30,000 I took from Denny, my last victim, so why not pay a visit to the square and go to the Royal Bank of Passaic and set up an account? I'm sure it won't be too difficult. Humans seem to be able to do it. After a moment's pause, I gathered all the money and my cigarettes, tucked them into my bag, and slipped out through the mausoleum doors. I set off towards a local square, intent on scouting out the bank. If memory served, it sat on the left side of the street right next to the Boozer shop. I got to my feet and walked to the square, passing the beautifully coloured houses, roads and street lamps. As I strolled along, I marvelled at how Plymouth had blossomed, with new faces and bustling energy, taking in the lively scene. I arrived at the square and remembered that the Royal Bank of Passaic stood right beside the quirky Boozer shop. I made my way to the bank, pushed open the heavy door and stepped into a spacious hall where the sturdy clatter of typewriters mingled with the quiet rustle of paper as people busily filled out forms at the corner counter. I went up to the desk and inquired as to how to set up a bank account. A beautiful dark-skinned lady in a suit addressed me in a stunningly soft voice, and she took me over to a table that sat in the far corner of the room. For a vampire, setting up a bank account was exceedingly simple, and took us only an hour and a half to set up my account. After setting the £30 setup fee, I entrusted the rest of my money to the bank, confident it would slumber safely until I called upon it. They handed me a bank card, a curious little rectangle meant for a machine that dispenses cash when you tap in a 6-digit code on its metal pad. Out pops the money from a slot. How marvellously convenient. Now I face the challenge of finding an address and a place to call home. I remembered the street name and decided to purchase a post box to attach to the weathered wall of the old church, ensuring my mail would find me. The safety questions were a breeze, and I spun a tale about an uncle's passing, leaving me his inheritance. With the paperwork complete and 10,000 in my pocket, I set off to buy the post box I had spotted earlier at a shop called Old World Wares. A short walk from the bank brought me to its doors, where I found a charming red oval post box. I purchased it for £50, along with a sturdy £10 hammer and a small bag of nails and brackets to fasten it securely to the church wall. With the most crucial item in hand, I wandered deeper into the world of gleaming electrical tools, each one a small marvel designed to mend and restore. Their convenience astonished me. My curiosity led me further until I stumbled upon a shop called Undead Threads, a haven of gothic attire that called to my soul. I stepped inside, eager to lose myself among the darkly elegant garments on display. After browsing, I soon found myself at the counter holding 3 new pairs of leather trousers. One pair had spikes protruding from the sides, one had a spider's web effect, and the last pair was just plain. I picked up 3 new t-shirts, one with a spider pattern and 2 plain. I also chose 3 plain black jumpers and 3 leather jackets, 2 long, 1 short, along with studded bracelets. A dashing pair of black sunglasses, 3 pairs of golf boots, some dashing belts, and a good amount of underwear and socks. The total came to £500, but I considered it a grand investment, as times were changing. Not only had clothes been out of fashion that I were wearing, but they had seen better days. Once I finished shopping for clothes, I walked along the street and found a laundrette called Late Night Linen. It had what I now know as washing machines. You put 50 pence into one machine to wash your clothes, then another 50 pence into another to dry them. It's so convenient. Next, I passed a cafe named Le Petit Coco, a pasty shop called Toast Box, and a Night Owl Pizzeria. Each name delighted me, as if the shops themselves were inviting me into their stores with their stories. Satisfied with my day's adventures, I turned my steps towards the familiar shadows of my mausoleum. Soon I found myself back at my mausoleum, where I visited Laland's grave to share tales of all I had witnessed and accomplished. Wearily, from the day's excitement, I surrendered to a brief immortal slumber. I took my last cigarette, closed the mausoleum doors, and lay down to rest for a while. I awoke from my immortal slumber, and before grabbing my usual cigarette, as I would always do, I went to the bags of clothes I had bought during today's light and took out the dark and elegant outfit of my choice. I chose a black t-shirt with leather trousers which has an engraved spider's web pattern along with the gothic moon boots I had bought earlier today. I then took the long leather jacket with black leather gloves. I also chose to wear the black belt with the golden buckle in the shape of a skull. I thought to myself, I look quite dapper. Feeling pleased with how I looked, I then made my way towards the bag that contained the red oval post box. The bag also contained the nails, brackets, and the hammer I would need to use to affix the post box to the wall. I picked up all these items and flung open the doors of my mausoleum before making my way through the little black gateway, which is now missing the major part of the gate, but now holds only the small black fence. I soon made my way past the graves and up towards a little grey wall, sitting just outside the graveyard. With my vampiric speed, I made quick work of placing the post box and hammering the brackets into place with the nails, which will secure the post box to the wall. I stood back and was pleased with all my efforts. Slowly I walked back to the mausoleum, taking my time to breathe in the fresh, cool night air. I soon stood outside the mausoleum doorway and walked inside, picking up a new hard leather bag that had much more space inside. I could carry 3 times the amount instead of just only one amount. Yet the other bag that I had again was tattered and useless. I grabbed my cigarette and took out the lighter, then lit my smoke, walking out with the bag strap hanging across my shoulder. With the bag part lying limp against my thigh, I placed a packet of cigarettes in my pocket, with a lighter and some money in the other pocket. I walked out of the mausoleum and closed the doors, making quick work of walking through the streets, which were lit by the orangey glow of the street lamps, and up many pathways and roads until I came to the entrance of the Tamar Bridge. I just stood there, mouth agape. Wow, I thought, what an amazing piece of human technology. This bridge spanned a 20-minute walk across a very thin sheet of metal with a black roadway. There was also a small 4-foot-high barred fence and a drop of around 500 feet down into the depths of the River Tamar. I just stood for a while, marvelling at this great invention and at how easy it will be to cross over into Cornwall from Devon without needing to use a ferry and long waits to cross. I could see this being a little dangerous for humans, as you have to walk against the cars, whizzing and zooming past you, which creates a fierce force of wind. Windy pressure that blows the hair across your face as you walk, and a tight gap between the fence and the cars. This makes the walk dangerous to humans. There could be an accidental blowover, a fence, or stumbling and falling through obscured vision, or possibly being knocked down by a zooming car, but alas, it is so much more convenient than waiting on a ferry to take you across the waters and up upon the shore to reach Cornwall. Before long I had come to the end of the bridge, being lost in thought as I crossed. This had made the walk seem to go quicker than I first thought. I turned the corner and walked up a little, coming to a small town centre only 1/4 the size of the square. I looked around and the shops were very much the same, There was the supermarket, the newsagents, the DIY shop, the pizzeria, the cafe, the pasty shop, and the library. The only thing I saw that was different was that they had a shop called a chemist and a pet shop. There was also a shop called a fish and chip shop, which, like the other fried food shops, sold the same style, except it wasn't chicken this time, but fried fish. Interesting, I thought. Anyway, after looking around this small town area, I went down a back street where an alleyway sat, with huge bins filling most of the area, and there I saw a narcotic dealer dealing to a very scruffy man in a tracksuit. I stood very still in the glow of the flickering orange lamp light. I observed the narcotic dealer at work, attacking his poor victim. Callum, please. I'll have the money by next Friday. You said that last week, Rusty. But I mean it this time, I swear. You swear too much. Sorry, mate. Time's up. Callum, please, don't kill me, please. I lingered in the shadows and saw Rusty's face turn pale, and suddenly Callum drew a switchblade to Rusty's throat. Callum, please, I'll do anything you want, please. All of a sudden, Rusty let out the loudest screams, and Callum had Rusty pinned against the wall, knife to throat. So with my vampiric abilities of ultra-fast speed, I zoomed up, grabbed hold of Callum's hand, squeezing hard, and he dropped the blade on the floor. Callum cried out, "Ah! What are you doing, mate? And what are you doing?" "Taking out the trash." Really? Really? You're the trash that needs to be taken out. Yeah. And who's going to do that then? I am. Oh, look. Rusty has Super Goth to save the day. Do yourself a favour, Super Goth. Get out of here before I cut you up. I laughed evilly, showing my fangs to him. Oh, look, it's freaking Dracula. Did you get your plastic fangs from the Halloween shop? Seriously, pee off, Halloween reject. Rusty, get out of here, my good fellow. Okay, thank you, Landry. Thank you, Landry. Rusty sprang to his feet and ran into the darkened distance. Now I had my drink for the night. I licked my lips slowly, gazing into Callum's eyes. What, are you deaf? Pee off, Halloween reject. I can't do that, Callum. Before he had a chance to speak, I grabbed Callum by the throat and slammed him hard against the grey wall in the alleyway. Callum shouted, "Ah! Get the hell off of me!" Can't do that, Callum. Why not? You know why. I've got to do what I've got to do. What, take innocent lives to addiction? They come to me. You're a parasite, Callum. I'm a businessman, reject. You're a worker of Satan. Well, enough said, Callum. By the time I'm finished with you, you'll not be ruining another innocent soul. What are you going to do? Dracula's going to eat you. What? What kind of freak are you? Your worst nightmare. A vampire. They're not real, you idiot. I think you'll find we are very real. I laughed evilly again, then showed my fangs. Ah, put your plastic fangs away. I had no more time for games, so I reached forward, grabbed hold of his throat tightly. He let out a choked squeal, and I wrenched his head to the side, sinking my fangs deep into his sweet, crunchy, and succulent jugular. His blood rushed into my mouth, filling my senses with his life and memories, and his screams of agony thrilled me. I drank hard and greedily. I wanted him to suffer greatly. Soon all was still, and the chaos of his draining had become a deathly still atmosphere of nothing but his empty husk, laid obscured against the grey wall. I healed the wounds on his throat and took the money from his pockets before walking off into the misty town of Saltash. From Callan's memories, I knew his den house was only up the hill. Just a brisk 5-minute stroll past the bustling DIY shop, the corner shop, the newsagents, and the cosy cafe. I climbed to the hilltop, where a quiet church kept watch beside a grand, derelict Victorian building. Its 2 stories looming with folded elegance. Every window was sealed with weathered boards, and the front door was barricaded tightly against the wall. Circling to the rear, I discovered a shattered window, just wide enough to slip I hoisted myself inside, landing in a shadowy back room of the once beautiful house. What did Landry see? In every room, wallpaper peeled away in long strips, brushing the floor. Plaster was split by gaping cracks, and broken floorboards crumbled into the shadows, or steeped in the damp, mouldy scent that clings to forgotten places. I walked into a grand hallway, where a beautiful curved staircase sat, rickety and falling apart. It was dangerous to climb, but I made it to the second floor with ease. There, to the far left, an old hanging door was hanging off its hinges, greeting me, and I knew from the smell that cannabis was being grown inside. I walked inside, and tons of cannabis plants sat growing underneath a battery-operated red light. From Callum's memories, I knew that to the far right, a loose floorboard held £4 million. I walked over to the floorboard and pulled at the plank. There were 3 huge shoulder bags lying on the floor, so I picked up each bag containing the money and placed a strap over my shoulder and made my way back down the stairs and out of the broken window. There I stood in the darkness, taking in the beauty of this old building. I sprang to my feet and used my vampire gifts of speed to quickly glide myself to the outside of the bank I had just set up an account with today. I disarmed all the security and sneaked my way inside. I soon made quick work of retyping all the documents so that they read within the new amount of money I had obtained tonight. I would have done this the human way, yet randomly obtaining 4 million in one night would be questioned. For a vampire, it only takes seconds to mimic a document and place cash into a vault. With my vampiric mind, I can open doors, windows and vaults, etc. I walked back out and reanimated all the security systems. I reached into my pocket, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, then taking a huge long draw, thinking of what I wanted to do tonight, as it was only 9 o'clock. I began to walk as I continued to think about what I wanted to do tonight. Soon I came to a large bin in the back of a darkened alleyway. There were no street lamps on the streets, and I dumped the empty bags inside. I continued to walk, thinking about what I wanted to do tonight, and then I heard her. "Landry, I want my Landry." I knew what I was going to do. Pay Landry's Claire a visit and watch as my flower bud is starting to blossom into a beautiful black rose. I soon took to my feet, using my vampire gift of speed to make quick work of making my way outside my Claire's house. For a human, this would have taken 20 minutes, but for me, only a few minutes. There I stood in the gloomy night, within the darkness. The amber glow of the street lamps struggled to break through the thick mist that had consumed the streets. I always loved the creepy look of slowly swelling mist that engulfs all its surroundings, leaving the vision impaired. Unlike human vision, I can see the intricate movements of the mist, and it slowly draws in, leaving a layer of thick, fluffy whiteness, almost as if a painter had wiped the canvas clear to create a much better painting. My wandering thoughts were soon broken by the call of my budding rose. "Landry! I love you, Landry! I want my Landry!" Mentally, I whispered, "I'm coming, my baby girl. Landry's coming, stop crying, I'm here." I saw the faint glow of the light coming from the living room window and knew Claire's parents were sitting engrossed in the Mayhem Murders show. Quickly and with ease I whizzed past the window undetected and jumped over the little wooden fence and making my way back to the back garden. Once in the back garden, I hovered up to Claire's window where her curtains were still open in the bright light of her room, and I saw her sitting inside her wardrobe. What is she doing, I thought. There, through the window, Claire was sitting in a wardrobe with her back turned towards a window. In front of her sat a black table, which was 4 feet wide, below 2 large, spacious shelves. On the top shelf, which was a large, flat table surface, sat the videotape of Landry and Laland's tale of capture and heartache. Also on a tabletop sat a huge white pillar candle in the back left corner and a black pillar candle in the far back right corner. In the front sat a huge white pillar candle and a huge white pillar candle sat on the front right side. Between the two white pillar candles, right in the middle, sat an incense holder with an incense stick. To the right side of the table sat a small black bowl with gold fleur-de-lys. To the left side sat a small blade with a black handle with gold fleur-de-lys. There I just stared with curiosity at what this was, although in my mind I knew it to be some sort of altar. On the second shelf sat candles and incense supplies, and in the middle sat a huge plastic cobalt blue folder. What could this be, I thought. The bottom shelf was padded out with a few fluffy cushions for Claire to kneel on, or to rest her feet. I watched contentedly and with great curiosity as to what my little flower was up to. Landry, my dark angel, I'm so sorry I can't light the candles and incense in here. It would catch the wardrobe on fire, but I do light the candles and incense on the top of my chest of drawers for you, where it will be safe. Aww, how sweet, I thought. I kept on watching to see what she would do next. She opened her folder and inside was an actor who was made to look as close to me as possible. It was a good fit, although I feel they could have found someone better, and my flower thought the same too, as I read this from her mind. The actor who played me was John Chews, but alas, this was as close as my flower could get to an image of me. Oh my goodness, is that a framed picture of Jesus with my actor's version of my face glued over the face of Jesus? Oh, my little flower likes to feed Landry's ego. I just hovered there, laughing softly. As I peered through the window, I could see clearly with my vampiric vision my quotes in this book along with the images. My God, it's a Bible of some sort. Then I saw my little flower place the book down, still open to a list of my quotes. She then bent her head down, resting it on the edge of the blackened table, and placed her hands in a prayer position. I continued to watch my little flower with great fascination. She began, "Dear Landry, today I went to that horrible place they call school, and the teachers keep picking me, calling me an evil child of Satan. I don't know why, and my best friend has left me to become best friends with her again. I'm a lone wolf now, and just sit and read my anatomy books and think of you. You mean everything to me, and I pray someday you'll come and find me and kidnap me to your mausoleum where I can stay forever with you. I love you so much, my Saint Landry. Amen." My God, it's a prayer. But what is my flower doing now? I saw her pick up the knife and bowl. I couldn't stop her. I can't reveal myself to her yet. Mentally I whispered, "Claire, no!" But she's just as defiant as I am, and before long I saw her cut into her hand. "Ow!" she cried out. "Claire, no!" I shouted to her mentally, but it was too late, and now she bled into the bowl and placed a plaster around her finger. I jumped down quickly and hid in the bush just underneath her window and saw her place the bowl on the windowsill. She then made her way back to the wardrobe door and closed it, yawning deeply. I could see she was already in her pyjamas, but off she wandered. I heard her brushing her teeth and the flush of the toilet. I left the bush and hovered outside her window, where the curtains had now been closed. There was a small gap in between that allowed me to see inside. With the open window, I could adjust the curtain to see my flower. Before long, she had come back into her room, closing the door and burning off the light. She then returned to the light and turned it back on, going back to the wardrobe door, and grabbing the videotape before returning to the light to flick the switch, then pulled back her quilt to climb into her bed. After pulling the quilt over the top of her, she cuddled into the videotape and took to crying out for me once more. I mentally whispered, "Soon, my baby, soon." I contentedly watched until the break of dawn and made a quick walk back to my mausoleum, where I stood smoking my cigarette and watching the brilliance of dawn rise in all its glory, taking the night with it. I finished my cigarette and made my way inside the mausoleum, closing the doors behind me and laying down to take my immortal slumber. Many months had passed by, and I had soon obtained enough money to begin the construction of my new mausoleum. There was no shortage of narcotic dealers to feast upon, and my beautiful Claire was blooming more and more into the most elegant of black roses. My fortune had swelled to 3 times its former size, surpassing even the wildest dreams I once nursed in another life. When daylight found me, I rose in a fresh suit of midnight black and drifted towards the square, pausing before the sombre facade of the funeral directors. There I pushed open the door and walked in. The smell of formaldehyde filled the air, and a man in a suit and black waistcoat greeted me. And we spoke for some time about my plans for building my father's mausoleum in Western Mill, and of how it was to become a functioning family mausoleum. Hours slipped by as we shaped blueprints that echoed my every desire. Liam was very helpful and inquired as to whether I had enough money to afford the type of mausoleum I would like, as the cost was quite a hefty sum. Once he discovered I was quite a wealthy man, we soon set to work drawing plans, as well as discussing the type of materials I liked and needed. Before long, he drew up the amount that needed to be paid, which was 3 million. This considerable fortune will pay for every detail, from rare materials and skilled builders to all the intricate plumbing and the promise of timely completion. I thanked the man and left. It was now 6 in the evening, and I spent a good hour just walking around the square and looking in all the shops that littered the street. Soon dusk crept in, and a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a crisp freshness that made the early night air feel alive. Leaves swirled in the breeze, gently rolling across the pathways and roadways littering the streets in the early darkness, with golden colours of yellows, browns and reds. There was also a damp feel to the air, which gave the sense of nighttime rain. For now, the moon began to rise in the light darkness, softly shining its pale glow along the pathways, and stars began to peek through the ever-growing darkness of the night. I soon decided to walk my way up towards the Tamar Bridge and to revisit the Fairy House Inn, where I first bumped into Lauren. I had formed quite an attachment to her and wanted very much to see how she was now, as not only would she be in her 40s, but she would now be free from that terror Denny. Retracing my steps, I soon stood outside the Fairy House Inn. I slipped inside, bought myself a beer, and settled at the table where I once led Lauren's drug-dealing boyfriend to towards a harbour edge and his looming fate. What a night, where not only did I feel my undying immortal thirst, but also obtained my first good amount of this new age currency, which led me to finding my human love, Claire. And unbeknownst to Claire, the great vampire Landry would pay her regular visits, and every so often leave her little gifts to let her know I care. I do look back on that night and do feel a saddened ache for Lauren, but I knew I had to take out Denny. I had to free Lauren from him. A creeping sense of unease settled over me, and after an hour and a half, I realised Lauren was nowhere in sight. I approached a bar and asked the barmaid about her, with sorrow clouding her eyes and her head bent and bowed. She stared at the floor, tears gathering before she finally looked up and spoke in a voice heavy with grief. Lauren. Lauren, the girl stumbled with her words. Lauren died. It was a stormy, rainy night around a year ago. That night, Lauren had a bad night shift. It was the next morning that a police officer came to her door. Lauren and I were having coffee together this morning, as it was our day off. Lauren just thought Denny had gotten caught selling, but the police officer said his body had been washed up on the harbour shore. Lauren became very depressed for the next few months. She'd turn up late for work, and she would not talk to anyone. Soon after, Lauren didn't turn up for work one night. She was found dead in her house, and a note was left beside the bed. In short, it stated she couldn't live without him. I felt a sting in my heart. I gave my deepest sympathies and stood up and made my way out of the pub and decided to take a short walk to Trocket Road to see my beloved Claire and to see what she would be getting up to tonight. Before long, I was standing outside Claire's house after walking the short distance from the Tamar Bridge. Claire's parents were engrossed in their TV shows again, and soon I was hovering outside her window awaiting the events of the night. So what was my beloved Claire getting up to? Well, let old vampire Landry tell you all about what he saw tonight. I hovered silently outside my Claire's window, undetected by my blossoming black rose. She had her orange lava lamp turned on, and the orangey wax was so very amusing to watch as the melted wax swelled inside the glass jar. I let my vampiric eyes wander around the room and saw my little rose, and I saw the beautiful wooden floorboards and orangey walls, which I knew from reading her mind that she hated with a passion. As my vampiric eyes wandered further to the far corner of the right wall, next to her bedroom door, sat a very small postage stamp-sized TV with a video player, which was attached to the bottom part of the TV. There in the glass of the screen, the movie of I and Laland was playing, and my flower was engrossed. Before long, my flower had paused the video at a part where the actor was standing behind Laland and was about to remove his jacket. My mind began to wander as to what my black rose was about to get up to. Why has my flower paused the tape at this point? Then my question was answered. My flower, as she was kneeling in front of the TV screen with glazed, love-filled eyes, leaned forward and began to kiss the screen passionately. I thought how cute, but laughed too. My flower began to talk to me, but in a much different way. You see, my flower had herself a 4-foot yellow teddy bear, which she had dressed in a white shirt. She'd knotted the sleeves. My vampiric senses had picked up that the sleeves were well packed with socks, so that they would create a firm, yet realistic arm shape. Well, after kissing the TV screen, she went over to her teddy, which was sitting against the wall, just underneath the window. Ah, if only she knew how close I was, but not yet. She's still too young to see a vampire in real life. I watched as she called her yellow teddy Landry and held a conversation with him, as if he were me. My flower then wrapped her teddy bear's arms around her, and I could sense her lingering and imagining it was me holding her. Then I saw her kissing Teddy's mouth passionately, which made me laugh again. I still found this so very cute. At this point, my black rose had matured into a beautiful 14-year-old. She had only 1 or 2 years of secondary school left. Soon she would be thought of as a young woman. And then, within 5 years' time, Landry, late one night, would pay her a visit. One where my little flower would get her wish of being bitten by me. I had already planned this night to be when she hit 19. And Landry shall play this night out exactly how my beautiful baby girl has had in mind, yet with no devastating death to be, as Landry has bigger plans for her. Well, I went back to watching my baby girl, and I must have been lost in thought for some time, as I neglected to notice my Claire had left the room. At some point when I looked, she was walking back into her room dressed ready for bed, and looked as if she had just come out of the bath. My little angel grabbed her teddy bear, bringing it over to her bed, where her bed sheets were already pulled back. Claire placed her teddy bear inside the bed, with its head resting against the pillow. She then went over to the TV and injected the videotape. Putting the tape back into its case, Claire then laid the tape next to her teddy bear. Shortly after, she turned her lava lamp and light off and climbed into bed, resting her head on Teddy's chest, pulling the bedsheets up and snuggling in for the night. I watched with a warm heart as my Claire cuddled her teddy bear, kissed him as if he were me, and said, "Good night, Landry. Good night, Landry. I love you." Very soon came the tears from my blossoming rose. "Landry, I want my Landry. I love you, Landry. Where are you?" I whispered, "I'm here, my little rose. Landry's here." "Landry!" My Claire got up quickly and ran to the window, so I used my vampiric speed to hide in the bush just underneath her window. It broke my heart to see her, to see the look of disappointment in her eyes, and shortly she went back to crying. Soon my little love had fallen asleep, and I waited until she was in a deep sleep. Then I creaked open her window to leave a button from the leather jacket I wore before buying the new attire from Undead Threads. Dawn was beginning to approach, and had been watching my little angel sleep for most of the night. I made haste to get back to my mausoleum to rest, not because of the rising sun, but more from feeling tired. Skipping ahead a little, it had been between 2 to 3 years of just reading, obtaining wealth, and watching my little black rose budding into a beautiful, elegant flower. I had witnessed heartbreak after heartbreak. the relentless trials of her school days and the cruel delight her toxic family took in tormenting my dear girl's mind. That morning, I awoke to find a letter waiting in my postbox, standing beside the striking red pillar. I broke the seal and let my eyes wander over the words that awaited me inside. This is what it read. Dear Landry de Mora de Valus, construction of your father's mausoleum has been completed, along with the plumbing features and shelving needed for storage, as well as the 6-foot golden crucifix, altar, sink, bath, toilet, angel, essential oil burners, with the giant storage chest, the elaborate black coffin with gold and handles in the style of the 1700s has also been placed within the mausoleum, ready for the time of burial. We invite you to view your father's mausoleum to ensure everything is in order and you are happy with the work that has been completed. Yours sincerely, Liam Johnson, Head Funeral Director of Op Express. I felt over the moon knowing that my mausoleum was finally ready for me to move into. There was only one problem in the letter. It didn't state where to meet or how to get my keys. I will have to take the short walk to the funeral directors to see where the keys are. My excitement bubbled over, blurring the world around me into a haze with barely a glance of my surroundings. I locked the mausoleum door behind me and hurried off to the funeral directors. Soon enough, I pushed open the door and approached the counter, where Liam awaited with a warm smile. He pressed the keys into my hand, and after a quick thank you, I set off. I climbed a steep hill, wandered up Mill Street, and wound my way through the cemetery to the oldest, most mysterious corner of the graveyard. There, my new mausoleum awaited. I unlocked the heavy door and stepped inside, letting my eyes roam over every detail. Everything was just as I hoped. Ah, home at last, my new sanctuary, exactly as I had imagined it. Now it was time for the next adventure, a trip to the Boston Square and the Op Express to gather supplies I needed, food and drinks, nightwear, cutlery, pots and pans, an old-fashioned kettle, soaps, toilet rolls, shampoos and soft bedding to tuck away in my chest. Essential oils were also on my list, waiting to be discovered. I locked the doors of my new mausoleum behind me and set off, sunlight dancing across the gravestones as I strolled through the graveyard and down the hill towards the Op Express. My mind was focused on my black rose the entire time as I walked back down to the local square, and before I knew it, I was standing outside the Op Express supermarket. I pushed open the huge glass doors and made my way inside. To my left, a neat row of trolleys awaited patiently. I claimed one and rolled it through the entrance, ready to explore the aisles and discover what treasures the shelves held for me. As I walked through the aisles, I knew what I wanted to buy. I was looking for long-lasting foods that I could keep on a shelf, foods that I could heat in a pan and add water, yet these foods needed to be vegan, as my baby girl is vegan. I wandered out hurriedly, pace until the colourful towers of the canned foods aisle came into view. I found many different types of beans that I knew my baby girl liked. The types of beans I picked up were chickpeas, green lentils, regular lentils, black beans, red and white kidney beans, which I knew from careful observation were her favourite types. The brand name on the cans were labelled simply beans. I continued my walk, and soon I had come to the soup aisle, where I chose some of the most interesting sounding soups. I chose butternut squash and chickpea, tomato and carrot, and coriander, broccoli and pea, winter vegetable, and mushroom. The brand name of these soups were Courtyard Foods. I also went and picked up pastas and noodles, whole grain and vegan, with a brand name of vegan teenage. All the time, my mind was focused on my baby girl and what she liked and what would make her feel comfortable and most at home. I moved on to select a variety of long-lasting sauces, from vegetable stock cubes to rich vegan gravy mixes, or from cult condiments, imagining the flavours they could add to the meals. Treats were next on my list. I reached for sprout snacks, crisps in flavours like tangy vinegar and sea salt, her favourite, as well as spicy tomato and basil, carrot and sweet potato, and even vegan peanut butter variety. For sweets, I filled the trolley with colourful delights from Sweet Leaf Meadows. I also picked up a few cans of dried coconut powder, vegan milk from a company called True Garden Flavors, before picking up many styles of nuts and seeds for her to snack on by the company called Cashew Cloud. Finally, I rounded my haul with fizzy drinks from Majestic Mansions Vegan, and a few bottles of booze from Majestic Veggie Shots, ensuring there was something for every mood and occasion. With quite a full trolley, I had only the herbal teas and her favourite coffee and tea to buy. I picked up the regular tea and coffee, then made for the sachets, which have flavours of caramel or vanilla and even chocolate. I picked up many of these fruit teas from mint, blueberry, strawberry, pineapple, mango, chamomile, lavender, rose and blackcurrant. There were also apple and peach flavours, and I bought many a box of mixed flavours in one, along with relaxing tea, bedtime tea, teas for anxiety, peace, tranquility, energy, focus, and so much more. And these were done by a vegan brand called Earth Spice. Lastly, I took one last long walk around the supermarket and added anything I thought would be useful and needed. Soon, on my last trip, I came to a brand called Fontella, which made vegan juices. You dilute with water, and picked up 10 large 3-litre bottles of all different fruit flavours. I then made my way over to a till to pay for this massive trolley full. The cashier looked in amazement while scanning each item and asked at the end of the bill, "Sir, can you pay for all this?" I looked bemused and whispered, "Yes, I can, my dear." "Are you sure, sir? As your bill comes to £489. I handed over the right amount of cash, smiled and thanked the girl. As I walked out, wheeling the trolley full of bags, I saw from the corner of my eye her bewilderment. Remember, Landry, being a vampire, can obtain quite the wealth, and with all the narcotic dealers I had eaten and taken cash from, I had now become extremely wealthy, and the amount of money was only small to me. I walked over to the trolley area, which I had pulled out my shopping trolley, and on the wall sat a phone, which was free. Why is this taxi free to call? Ah, yes, I remember. You call with this to get someone to drop you back home for a small fee. I used the phone, and before long a car pulled up and helped pack the bags of foods into its boot. I climbed inside the car and gave the place's name, which I wanted to go to, and a taxi soon had dropped off just outside some houses just across the road from the graveyard, and I only had to take a short walk to my mausoleum from there. With my immense strength, I heaved the bags into the graveyard and up to the front doors of my mausoleum, bringing the bags inside and leaving them resting on the floor next to my coffin. I rose from my mausoleum, locking its heavy doors behind me, and set off once more towards the local square. Tonight, I was on a mission to gather the final touches that would transform my mausoleum into a haven fit for human comfort. I arrived at the square on time and found a large building called the Open Market. I walked inside and grabbed a trolley, noticing they had one of those free phones for calling a taxi. Perfect, I thought. With a trolley in hand, I wandered through a maze of small shops, each one brimming with exactly what I sought. The market was nearly deserted, shadows lengthening as evening crept in. Only 2 hours remained before closing, but with my vampiric swiftness, I could gather my treasures with time to spare. The first shop I entered was a vintage clothing store, a treasure trove of 1700s attire. I selected a black rose, night dresses, in ghostly whites, deep reds and midnight blacks, and day wear in the elegant styles I knew she would adore. I soon came to a store which sold cookware and picked up all the pots, pans and cutlery, cups, kettles and utensils needed. Another shop offered fragrant shampoos, soaps and stacks of toilet rolls alongside vintage bedding. I stocked up on these essentials, adding quilts, pillows and crisp sheets to my growing collection. Lastly, I came to a store that sold the finest essential oils. There were so many to choose from. Then I chose the best scents that I knew my black rose would like the most. I then packed up the huge brown bottles of the finest scents. After paying and loading my trolley, I made for the free phone and called a taxi. After an hour's wait, my taxi finally arrived. I swiftly packed the boot and we sped off, stopping just outside the graveyard gates. With a quick payment and a burst of vampiric speed, I had all my bags lined up at the mausoleum doors in mere seconds. I opened the doors, bringing in the bags and setting them onto the floor next to the coffin. Even for a vampire as great as Landry, the huge shop was quite a tiring activity, and soon I was exhausted, and so I sat on the mausoleum steps and took some time to have a nice smoke before unpacking the bags and placing all the items onto the shelves and into the cupboard. For a while, I sat smoking my cigarette as I watched the sun drift away into the atmosphere, where within the blink of an eye, the nighttime clouds began to draw in, bringing with them the thick blanket of darkness and the night light, which is the moon, along with its glittering stars, which filled the entire sky in silvery sparkles amongst the chill of the night air. Well, Landry had had his cigarette and had enjoyed watching as the night drew in. And now I must go and place everything in its place, as tomorrow night I shall mentally plant the seed in my Claire's mind and bring her to me. I stood up and walked back into my mausoleum, closing the doors behind me, but not locking them. I walked over to the coffin where I had placed all the shiny plastic white shopping bags. I then set to work, carefully removing each item I had bought this evening, arranging them in piles for easy placement. I decided the best place to start was in here, the main room of my mausoleum where my coffin sat. On the right wall sat 6 huge shelves, so I decided that for the top shelf I would place the glass ashtray, cigarette lighters, cigarettes, cigarette filters and papers. All this sat in a beautifully carved 1700 style wooden box for a tidy look. Upon the shelf, the cigarette lighters had a fireproof 1700 style box and sat in as well, and sat tidily on the top shelf. For my black rose I had placed on each end of the 6 shelves plants that thrive in darkness. This top shelf had on each end of the shelf a beautiful plant called a begonia. On the left side sat a stunning deep purple with a pewter and green colour, and the very same style of begonia sat on the right end of the shelf. The next shelf down had on the right and left ends of the shelf a plant called a Boston fir. These plants have the most striking, long, pointy green leaves, and I knew my black rose loved these, as she had many in her own room. In between these plants sat 3 rows of huge pillar candles of many colours. For the 3rd shelf down I had placed on both the right and left side of the shelf more beautiful begonia plants, and there sat some of the essential oil holders. The essential oil scents I placed on the shelf were midnight rose, dark orchard and spice, mysterious lotus, oriental poppy, midnight calm, mystical strawberry madness, galactic orange, misty beach, peachy pleasure, scent of rain, coffee madness, home baking, crazy cookie, comfy cinnamon, watery melon, river scent, sweet violet, lovely pine, cheeky cherry, rich apple, righteous plum, scent of summer, spring fling, winter wonder. I then went on to the shelf, which was shelf 4, which on both the right and left sides sat a Boston fern, and the rest of the essential oils sat upon this shelf. The essential oils placed on this shelf were autumn love, sage, berry bliss, angelic love, vampire's blood, goblin's lair, pineapple, mango harmony, passion fruit, bliss, forest fruits, love lust, angel guide, rose, lavender, verbena, ylang ylang, jasmine, sandalwood, frankincense and violet, orange, pine, peppermint, chamomile, vanilla, cherry blossom, coconut, grape, ocean breeze, woodland cotton, midnight, dawn, stormy breeze, chocolate, raspberry, blues, candy. On the 5th shelf sat begonias, and to finish the 6th shelf, a Boston fern sat on both the right and left side, with both shelves left empty. After finishing this task, the last tidy to do in this room was to fold and place some of the blankets into the chest. I walked over to the chest and opened the lid before walking back towards the coffin to pick up 2 pillows, which I had placed inside the chest. I picked up 2 pillows and brought them over to the chest along with a quilt and 2 blankets. After setting each bedding item onto the floor, I picked up one pillow and unwrapped the bag before placing the pillow inside the chest. I then unwrapped the next pillow and placed the pillow beside the first pillow. I then unwrapped the quilt, folding and placing the quilt against the front side of the chest. Lastly, I unwrapped the 2 blankets and placed them inside the chest, then closed the lid. I had the last job to do, which was to place all the food, soaps, pans, and other important items away into the cupboards. But first I opened the mausoleum doors and sat to take a quick smoke, whilst thinking of my black rose and how, unbeknown to her, she was only a few hours away from being held in her beloved Landry's arms. I went into a deep daydream, but soon came back to my senses. I stood up and walked back into my mausoleum, closing the doors and pulling open the door to the hidden secret room. I decided to use my vampire gift of speed to move every soap, pan and food item into the kitchen. I had everything laid out on the kitchen table and made short work of placing all the items into the cupboards, and before long I had finished. I took 2 huge white pillar candles and set them on the stands that sat on the right and left sides of the chest. I didn't light the candles as I was preparing to pay my Claire a visit. You see, tonight is a night I will go to my Claire's home and plant the seed in her mind to come and take an adventure in Westermill Cemetery. I stood up and walked out of the mausoleum, locking the doors behind me. A crisp breeze swept through the night, carrying a hush that made the darkness feel serene and undisturbed. My vampiric senses tingled with the promise of a colossal storm approaching, one so fierce it would threaten mortal lives and leave devastation in its wake. It was the perfect setup for my plan to entice Claire into the graveyard under the guise of filming supernatural videos for YouTube. Deep in the oldest, most haunted section after midnight. For the next step, I would light candles so their orangey glow would flicker in the distance. Drawing her curiosity, my whispers would drift through the air, stirring just enough fear to guide her towards my mausoleum. Then I would play her favourite classical piece on my violin, weaving a spell of enchantment. With my vampiric abilities, I could orchestrate every moment around the coming storm, timing it so Claire would seek shelter in my mausoleum. At last my black rose would have her heart's desire to be cradled in the arms of her vampire love, Landry. I was so lost within my thoughts and plans of how I was going to get my human love to come to my mausoleum that I didn't notice I was standing in her garden. I stood still and using my vampire gifts, took to hover outside of my beloved's window. The curtain to her room was a little open and was wide enough to see through, although this wouldn't be an issue to me, as my acute vampiric sight could see her. My beautiful Rose was now coming towards the end of her 35th year on this planet, and she was so very beautiful to behold in my eyes. I saw my love lying on the floor reading one of my books, engrossed in the last few chapters of my story, and there I began to mentally place the thought of her coming to the graveyard tomorrow night to film her videos. I placed the thought in her mind lovingly and watched as she read and indulged in a bag of sea salt and vinegar lentil chips and a cup of tea she had made with coconut milk. I also watched as she finished her read and made her way into bed. I didn't realise that the time was early hours of the morning, but by the clock on her wall it read 2 in the morning, so I took to my feet and walked a little, smoking several cigarettes before slipping back into my mausoleum to rest for a while. I slipped into my mausoleum and took to a peaceful immortal slumber with excitement in my heart. After taking my immortal nap, I woke to a calm and drizzly 5th of June, and began to prepare myself for tonight's events. I was so very excited and couldn't wait. I checked the mausoleum to make sure I had everything I needed ready for tonight. Everything was ready and good to go, and I had my plans organised within my mind's eye. The time was 9 p.m, only 2 hours before Landry's Claire would leave to make her way to the graveyard. Well, up until 8:30, I went and sat upon the step of my mausoleum and smoked for a while, enjoying the calm before the storm. I could sense the storm was approaching and knew by my vampiric senses the storm would hit around about 12:30. Perfect, I thought. It would give my Black Rose time to film her videos. It is time. I locked the mausoleum doors and sprang to my feet, using my vampiric abilities to quickly make my way to the local dump, where I would hide amongst the trees. Before long, I saw a small figure walking gingerly down the walkway of the bridge and making its way past the entrance of her house. I could sense her fear and uncertainty, and so I projected the mental strength she would need to continue her walk up Mill Street towards the Golden Gates. I couldn't resist and was past her, brushing gently against her, back whispering, "Claire." She looked round scared, but she carried on, walking up the hill and towards the Golden Gates of the graveyard. I saw her grab a cigarette after reaching the top of the hill and standing outside the Golden Gates. And shortly after reaching the Golden Gates, I saw she had dropped her lighter, retrieving it in good time. I then saw her fearfully push open the gates, closing them and walking down to the part of the graveyard where the beautiful fruit trees and rose bushes live, with the ashes, and saw her settle for a while smoking again and taking some soup. I whispered "Claire" again. I saw the fear in her eyes and saw her walk up towards the black gate. Perfect, I thought. She's taking the bait. Everything was working out as I had hoped. My baby girl, then I saw the candles I had lit and come walking towards it. And soon she fell deep into my musical trance of the violin. Even better, the storm had hit, and I knew the first flash of lightning would come very soon, and the lightning and thunder came before long. I had my baby girl in my arms, carrying her into my mausoleum, where I could now fulfill my Black Rose's desires, her dreams of being with her love, the great vampire Landry. There I bit and made love to her, as she had always fantasized about. And when she had fallen deep asleep and the storm had died away, I brought her back home with my vampiric abilities. I placed her in her bed and left her the note I knew she would find on her sideboard with a rose from my vases that sat just outside the mausoleum. And then I would await my human love's return, where here in the ancient graveyard of my old mausoleum I would share my story of Laland and would show to her my old mausoleum before taking her back home to the new mausoleum and home to more adventures. And there my love is the story of Laland, right up until this moment in time. Landry leaned forward and whispered in Claire's ear, "Dreams can come true, my human love, and yours is to come true." Do you really believe my vampire love? I really do, my Black Rose. Come, let me take you to Laland's grave. The land has shifted and grown wild, yet his resting place remains exactly where I left him, untouched by time. Landry swept me onto his lap, his kiss lingering for long. We rose together, following the winding stone paths, turning left towards the ancient wall. To my astonishment, the grave awaited there, Landry's name carved into the weathered wood. Laland! Yes, my love, here he rests, Landry, my love, may I? May what, my human love? May I go pick those yellow and red poppies for him? Landry smiled and kissed me passionately again. Yes, my love, you may. I sprang to my feet and dashed to the row of poppies, their colours blazing against the grey stones. Gathering armfuls, I hurried back and laid them tenderly atop the grave. Landry and I lingered in silence, sharing cigarettes and unspoken thoughts until we finally rose. My voice broke the hush, soft and uncertain. Come, Claire, why don't we go to see my old mausoleum? Yes, my love, I would like that very much. We rose and wandered to the church's shadow, where a small black gate opened onto the overgrown field to the left. Half hidden among tangled trees stood a simple mausoleum. Hand in hand, Landry guided me through the narrow black gate to the graveyard and into the wild embrace of tangled trees. Nestled between them stood his original mausoleum, untouched by time and perfectly preserved. Oh my God, the mausoleum from the story. Yes, my love, come see. Landry reached into his pocket, pulling out a large old-style rusty key, and placed it into the lock, twisting the key slowly. Very soon a loud click came, and he pushed the heavy doors open, and the loudest, longest shriek emanated from this ancient structure. It was as if the old mausoleum spoke, inquiring as to where Landry had been. Landry reached out and took hold of my hand, leading me slowly into the earthy, dark, damp-smelling mausoleum. I shivered a little, as it was icy cold inside, like walking into a freezer room. I'm sorry, my human love, it is very cold in here. It's okay, my immortal love. Landry took several torches from his bag, lit them, and placed them around the small mausoleum. To my surprise, I saw it. A chain hung from the wall beside a chamber pot filled with torn rags. Burnt candle nubs sat on either side of the chains. In the far left corner, a dusty basket held empty beer bottles and remnants of bread and meat, all covered in thick dust. Nearby were a disintegrated box of matches and a pouch that once had tobacco. Most striking of all, in the far right corner lay a torn shirt, belt, boots and breeches and a fez, just as Landry had described Laland wore. I gasped and whispered, Laland's clothes. Yes, my love, it was his clothes. I went up to my Landry and we hugged for a while before sitting on the floor, where we both took to taking a cigarette. The mausoleum smelled like you would expect a mausoleum to smell like: old, musty, damp, earthy, and with the smells of age. It wasn't the most pleasant of smells, and Landry knew I felt uncomfortable. Come, my love, let us leave and take a short walk to the square, where we shall dine before returning home to the new mausoleum. That sounds lovely. Well, let's go. Landry swept me into his arms and carried me from the mausoleum, still holding me. He locked the doors behind us, then strode through the ancient graveyard and out onto the quiet streets, where he finally sat me down. We began our short walk towards the square and the promise of a pizza place nearby. Soon we found ourselves at the heart of the square, right outside Night Owl Pizzeria. The shop front gleamed with floor-to-ceiling glass. A single door inviting us in. Topped to the door was a card with the opening hours and a proud sticker. Boasted spotless hygiene and promise of the best pizza around. Inside there were bar stool chairs behind a long table fixed to the window area. There were also a good number of tables and chairs scattered throughout the small space, and a little way from the serving counter. Electronic boards glowed along the right side of the wall. The electronic boards displayed a tempting menu of pizzas, desserts, drinks, and sides ready to be ordered. The choice of foods and drinks available to buy is vegan pizza, Hawaiian pizza, cheese and tomato pizza, barbecue chicken pizza, pepperoni pizza. There are also so many sides to choose from, such as spicy and regular chicken wings, spicy and regular potato wedges or onion rings, chunky and colourful green salads, along with the classic Caesar salads, garlic or breadsticks, pasta bowls of all types, from saucy to creamy, to light and basic, herb and lemon, flavours and olive bowls of all styles. The drinks on offer were an endless list of fizzy and bubbly sugary drinks. The drinks on offer were juicy, sweet or sour pure fruit juices, thick and velvety looking milkshakes, creamy teas and rich coffees of all types. There was a choice of pizza dips such as garlic butter marinara. There are succulent cheese sauces of all types, from spicy to mild, and Italian flavours with rich, robust, mature cheese taste to a delicate cheesy taste that melts in the mouth. There is rich and creamy, mild to smoky, cheese with herbs and spices, all flavours designed to tickle and tantalise the taste buds. Spinach and pesto of green or red. There was even a vegan dip. Lastly, the dessert section contained chocolate pizza with all styles of beautifully silky smooth chocolate flavours. Giant silky creamy white chocolate or a rich brown chocolate. And even a beautiful dark butter chocolate style cookie. There is also an autumnal warming cinnamon pizza. Advertising is promise of a cold day comfort treat, which would warm the bones and feed the soul with a pleasurable spicy autumnal flavour. There were cheesecakes of all types, including autumnal spicy winter warmer flavours to tease and tantalise the taste buds. Fruit bowls. Prices were reasonable, and every menu item could be made vegan. Dishes came in small, medium or large sizes, so everyone could find their perfect portion. Tonight, the pizzeria was quiet. Only 2 people occupied a couple of tables. To the far left, I and Landry walked up towards the counter and placed our order. My order was for a delicious small-sized garden salad, which contained olives. I then chose a vegan pizza with a spinach and green pesto dip for my main. For a drink, I chose a delicious, rich-bodied black coffee with pure apple juice. For dessert, I chose a small-sized autumnal warming cinnamon and apple pizza, which came with a vanilla and nutmeg spiced vegan custard. I had to wait an hour and a half, but it was well worth the wait, as all dishes were lovingly prepared and cooked to perfection, and each dish had the most beautiful autumnal flavours. As I stared out of the large glass window, I could see the road, and the rain was really beating down now. The road itself looked as if a river was running straight down, and I could see a huge deep puddle of water that resembled something that looked just like a lake. Soon cars began to whiz up and down the road again, causing huge waves of water to rush up towards the doors of several shops just down the road from this pizza place, where I and Landry had situated in for a good hearty warming meal and comfort from the pouring rain. A gusty wind had come out of nowhere, blowing the leaves off the trees, and every so often an old dead leaf would drop gently, fluttering to the ground. The gusty wind also caused a ripple effect, as it blew across a lake like puddles. The squeak of car wheels could be heard in the distance as the cars drove down the gushing river like rain, which trickled heavily on the roads. My thoughts were broken suddenly by my vampire love, Landry. The rain is really coming down now, isn't it, my love? Yes, my love, I replied. How is the pizza? Asked Landry. It's delicious, I replied. I looked down and noticed I had eaten my way through everything. I looked up at Landry and he kissed me passionately. Room for one more coffee, my love? Oh, I would love that. And so we ordered a last black coffee. As I sat drinking, both Landry and I marvelled at seeing people run past the window with newspapers shielding their heads from the rain and hugging their jackets tightly as they stood at the bus stops, waiting for the buses to arrive. It seems another storm is on its way. Not quite as bad as last night's, but scary enough. Landry looked up and laughed cheekily, whispering, I shall protect you, my love. I blushed and whispered, Thank you so much, my love. You're very welcome, Landry retorted. Landry leaned in, his nose brushing gently against mine, and whispered, Are you finished with the coffee? I glanced down, saw only a single sip remained, and swallowed it in one eager gulp. Landry grinned, his laughter soft as he murmured in my ear, Ah, just my mannerisms as I gulp my victims. I giggled, gazing into his eyes and drawing him into another passionate kiss before whispering, I am done with the coffee, my love. Then let us step into the pouring rain, my human love, and return to the mausoleum. Tonight is far too stormy for a stroll. We will save that for another night. I smiled and followed my vampire love out to the pizzeria door. Together we wandered the rain-soaked streets, splashing through the puddles like carefree children as cars sped by, sending water spraying through the air. Waves from the lake like puddles washed over our feet, rippling and swirling. Landry swept me up, spinning me round in a waltz beneath the downpour, his kiss igniting warmth in the cold rain. We ran, leapt and revelled in the wild wet night, making our way up the winding streets and hills towards the golden gates of the graveyard. We danced along the pitch black, muddy pathways and weaved through rain-soaked gravestones like graceful ballerinas. We leapt and lunged over each grave, and then Landry, with his cloud gift, lifted me high into the air. We spun together, rain streaming down in heavy sheets, wind whipping my face, our hair tangling together, the cold bit deep, chilling me to the bone. Looking down, I realised we floated 10 feet above the graves, spinning in the dark, stormy night. Suddenly my feet touched solid ground, and there we stood before the mausoleum. Landry reached forward, and with a shiny new key, he placed the key into the soaking wet lock, turned it, and pushed open the mausoleum door, which opened with such a loud squeak that echoed amongst the gravestones and into the distance of the graveyard, which sat before us, glistening in the gloom of the nighttime rainstorm. Come here, baby girl. I looked up at him with love-filled eyes as he picked me up and carried me into the terrifying pitch blackness of his mausoleum. I felt him place me on top of his coffin and heard the rustle of his elegant feet shuffle across the floor, and soon enough an orangey glow filled the mausoleum as he lit the candles that sat silently upon the black stands. My Landry then made his way towards the secret doorknob and pulled firmly, opening up the secret room, which sat in the silent darkness. I saw him walk into the room, and soon enough, once more, I saw an orange glow as he had lit the algar with enough logs. My vampire love soon made his way back over to me, and for a short while he kissed me with the most loving, the most passionate of kisses, before picking me up and carrying me to the entrance of the mausoleum. And there we both sat, on the top rain-soaked step, snuggling into each other as we both took out a cigarette to smoke. After we both had lit our cigarettes, we sat and snuggled in the wet gloominess, smoking contentedly. I soon began to feel the icy cold of the rain which had drenched me, piercing my flesh and travelling deep into my bones, and I began to shake. Oh, my baby girl is freezing. Come, let your vampire lend me a nice warm bath. Thank you, my vampire. Landry leaned over and kissed me passionately, and soon we had both finished our cigarettes. Landry carried me back into the mausoleum and sauntered off into the secret room. Soon I was left alone in the warming orangey glow of the candlelight, so I decided to walk around the mausoleum and see all the many bottles of essential oils that littered the shelves, and all the beautiful plants that guarded each end of each shelf, sitting beautifully. I walked my way over to the coffin and saw all its magnificent carvings along the outer part of the coffin itself, and all the decorative 1700s art carved into every inch. The royal purple velvet lining looked warm and inviting. As I sat drinking both, Landry and I marvelled at seeing people run past. There must have been quite the storm that night, as for some reason there were a lot of people who ran past the mausoleum and down the hill towards the bus stop that sat just outside the grey walls of Westermill Cemetery. I approached the mausoleum doorway and peered out into the wild night, where gusts of wind tangled with sheets of rain. The paths beyond had become rushing streams, water swelling high enough to flood boots and chill feet to the bone, as if the sky itself poured down an icy river. I gazed at the glistening rain-soaked gravestones in the distance, and soon my mind began to wander. I began to crave my vampire love's touch, his kiss, his strong arms around me, holding me tightly. I craved to feel his ultra-soft skin brush against my soft, yet rough human skin, to feel his icy cold, velvety lips caress my plump, fleshy lips. Oh, how I desired to feel his long, elegant fingers go to work in caressing and stroking every part of my body. Suddenly, a surge of sensation shot through me, tingling along every nerve and sending my mind spiraling with unfamiliar, wicked thoughts. I was both frightened and thrilled by these new feelings racing through my body and mind. I scolded myself in my thoughts. Claire, control yourself, such a wicked girl. I didn't know what to do, where to go, or how to process such random and strange new emotions. My thoughts wandered back to the first night with my vampire love, and suddenly I noticed something new. A heat blossoming deep within me, leaving me flushed and breathless. I was so lost in this feeling and thought that I hadn't noticed my vampire love behind me. Well, up until I heard his beautiful whisper, "You're aroused, my love," and soon I felt his arms around me. I sighed a long sigh of love and passion. He spun me around, kissing me passionately, before placing a cigarette into my mouth and lighting it. He laughed cheekily and whispered, "Smoke and a cup of tea, my love? I have some soup slowly heating up on the stove, and after we shall bathe before sleep." "That sounds lovely, love, and thank you." "You're welcome, my human love." And so we both sat quietly on the mausoleum step and smoked whilst I drank a beautiful hot cup of tea. Soon I had finished both my smoke and my cup of tea. Landry and I stood back up, walking back inside and into the secret room, where a small stool sat in front of the large wooden table. My vampire love placed a bowl of soup in front of me, whilst pouring another cup of the beautiful tea he had made earlier, placing this in front of me. Landry kissed me passionately and whispered, "I'm going to go and close the doors, my love, and shut out the storm for the rest of this night." "Yes, my love," I whispered back, thanking him for the delicious bowl of warm soup and tea. My vampire love smiled and sauntered off into the main room of the mausoleum, where I heard him shut and lock the outer doors of the mausoleum. As I sat enjoying this ultra-chunky vegetable soup and a beautiful creamy cup of tea, I could hear my vampire love pull the lid up off the chest, and I could hear rustling from inside the room. I knew at this point my vampire love was setting up the makeshift bed, and I also heard bottles tinkle, and shortly after the sound of a lighter click that filled the air, I had soon finished the beautiful soup and tea and made my way over to the sink, washing up the bowl, cup and pan, and drying and placing each item back into the appropriate cupboard before sitting back down at the table to wait for my vampire love to return. Soon enough, my vampire love returned and smiled at me, whispering, "I see you have made yourself quite at home, have you not?" Landry laughed cheekily, and I blushed, smiling softly. I looked down and whispered, "A grave house fit for human comfort." My vampire love laughed cheekily and smiled. "Ah, yes, and so glad you like it. So very much, my human love. Perhaps I may have to shackle you to the wall." I blushed, smiling the brightest of ruddy cheeks, whispering, "Why? Perhaps your victim doesn't want to see." Landry laughed again and whispered, "Very good. Now perhaps a bath, my love." As I turned around, a bath was ready, and again my vampire love laughed cheekily. I ran to the bath and looked inside, which had lots of soapy bubbles filling the tub itself, and candles lit with rose petals on top. I ran the bath as you cleared away all the dishes. "Come, let us warm and clean before rest." There I stood in front of my beloved vampire Landry, with the orangey flickering glow of the candles in the background of the secret room. The burning fiery glow from the lit logs slowly burning in the algar brought a mysterious, yet relaxing, romantic feel to the atmosphere. As my eyes roamed the room, I began to become deeply drawn to the beautiful golden bath legs, which had stunning, intricately carved feet at each end of each leg, all made of solid gold. The bath itself was of the darkest and most pure black. It was so very beautiful to see. My eye was soon drawn up towards the inner part of the tub, where thick, fragrant bubbles of lavender rested peacefully upon the surface of the warm water, which exuded swirls of endless steam into the air, filling the secret room with the most beautiful lavender scent. I stood still, admiring all the effort my vampire love had put into creating the perfect, inviting bath, and before long I felt his delicate, elegant fingers trace gently around my waist, pulling my t-shirt up gently. "Lift your arms up, my love." I did as I was asked and lifted my arms up, where he pulled off my soaking wet t-shirt. My vampire love made quick work of unhooking my bra and slipping this off too, along with my sodden trousers and underwear. My beloved immortal spun me around, pressing his already nakedness against mine, and I felt his silent flute press against my quim whiskers. I shivered in lust and excitement as I wanted him so very much to take the deepest of advantages of me. My beloved immortal lifted me effortlessly, carrying me to the bath, laying me delicately into the tub. I saw him climb into the tub, and then he placed himself over the top of me, bending his head down slowly. For a while, we just gazed lovingly into each other's eyes before our lips locked, swirling in the most passionate, most spiritual of kisses. I felt his hand gently trace up and down my body before feeling him play lovingly, yet softly. Soon enough, I felt his instrument enter me, pulsing and pumping his love on the deepest of spiritual levels. As we made love in the bath, it felt as if I were being made love to on the softest of clouds. And soon enough, the room faded away into darkness, and all I could see was my love, and I merged into one, becoming two souls instead of one physical soul. Two souls becoming one in the physical pleasures of the living realm. All of the physical realm, such as shame, guilt, and embarrassment, had disappeared. All sounds were lost in nothingness, and all I could feel was the undying love I have for my vampire Landry. I never wanted to leave this world. I just wanted to stay here with him forever, but soon I felt a heavy presence and an explosion of heat fill my insides. And there I came back to my senses, and there my vampire love lay head upon my chest, panting heavily. I had been filled with his love, and there we lay, panting and deeply tired, yet deeply relaxed and comfortable in each other's embrace. My vampire love whispered softly, "When love and death embrace." I looked up shocked, mouth agape. I whispered, "It's you, my favourite love metal singer, Landry." Landry abruptly interrupted. "Yes, it's me." I sighed with the deepest of love sighs and lay stroking my immortal love's thick, wavy blonde hair. We kissed passionately for quite a while, before washing and making our way out of the bath. We both dried and placed on beautifully fragrant deodorants, and my love Landry had a beautiful 1700 style nightdress waiting, which had fleur-de-lis patterns upon it in gold. My Landry went over to the kettle and filled it with water as I cleaned the bath and placed the dirty towels into the washing basket. I also helped by placing all the soaps and deodorants back into their homes and back into the cupboard, making sure the room was tidy once more, and soon my vampire love came over to me, holding a cup of milky caramel coffee. "Shall we go and take a smoke on the step of the mausoleum, my human love? I would like that very much, and thank you, my immortal love." "You're very welcome," replied Landry. I and Landry made our way to the mausoleum entrance. Rain drummed harder above us, and the wind gathered strength as we wandered through the mausoleum. A sweet, inviting aroma drifted around us, and my beloved immortal love whispered, "Do you like it? The oil smells like home baking," and I added cinnamon into the oil burner. I wanted tonight to feel like home. "I love it," I replied, and Landry smiled, squeezing my hand as we reached the top step. We stood together in the wild, windy night as the lightning struck the ground around us as we continued to draw close. Suddenly, thunder cracked and lightning split the sky, making me jump nearly out of my skin. My Landry held me tightly, and I snuggled into him lovingly. "It's okay, baby," whispered Landry. It's just a moderate storm. Not too much danger tonight. Come stand in the doorway and let us watch the beautiful show of nature. I whispered shakily, "Okay, my love." Landry smiled and whispered, "Come, let's go get a hot cup of tea and I shall bring a pillow and blanket to the doorway and we can watch the show in comfort." I smiled, liking the idea of this, and whispered, "Okay, my love." My immortal love disappeared into the secret room, the clink and clatter of cups echoing back. He soon returned with a steaming tea. I fetched a pillow and blanket from the chest, and together we settled by the entrance. He secured one of the doors, and we nestled on the pillow, wrapped in the blanket, watching the storm's dazzling light show. Each tremendous rumble of thunder brought with it the most striking flashes and forked lightning, streaks in beautiful, luminous colours which filled up the night sky. It was terrifying, yet so beautiful to watch, and there I and Landry just sat and snuggled into each other's arms, watching the show for a long while. Before long, my vampire love whispered, "Let's go back inside, my love, and snuggle in bed." I looked up and smiled and whispered, "Yes, my love." We both stood up, walking back into the mausoleum. My vampire love took the cup into the secret room, and as he washed and cleaned it up, I placed the pillow onto the floor, where the makeshift bed lay, and added the blanket. I then peeled back the blankets and sheets, and sat waiting for my dark angel to return. I don't know how long I was lost in random thoughts, but soon felt my dark angel's arms wrap around my waist, and with great ease, I fell lovingly into his shoulder with my head resting upon his shoulder. He gently laid me down upon the makeshift bed, with my head resting on the ultra-soft, spongy pillow. I sighed the longest sigh of love, and soon he was crouched over the top of me, and we gazed lovingly into each other's eyes as the bangs of thunder rattled the mausoleum, and the vibrations of each rumble could be felt shivering up the full length of the mausoleum floor. I saw his head slowly bend forwards towards me, and we began to kiss passionately. I closed my eyes as we kissed, and before long I felt him kiss slowly up and down my neck every so often. I felt his cool, velvety tongue lap at my nape of my neck as he kissed. I just lay still, paralysed by his affectionate kisses and neck licks, and soon surrendered to what I knew was to come. His fangs were to pierce my throat very soon, and I would soon become entwined in the supernatural love of his immortal kiss. The vulnerability and fear that filled me felt delicious. I somewhat loved being under his dominant control, becoming helpless in his arms, to be lost to him in all my mortal weaknesses, which was what gave him such immense power over me. I was happy to be under his control, and was so content in the mental domination he placed over my mind. I felt my body relax and become soft and limp in his arms, and this felt okay. I felt okay and safe, and knew I was in good hands, as although I felt the humanly fears of the vampire's kiss, I knew my love wouldn't kill me. It was more a bite of love, a immortal's kiss of passion, and each lick thrilled my soul, made my heart dance in 1,000 beats, and soon I lay helpless in his arms, awaiting, longing to be bitten again. I heard my dark angel whisper mentally, "Oh, my love, you want it just as bad as I do." Mentally, I whispered, "Yes, my love, I do. Take me. I want it. I want it. I consent." All of a sudden, A sharp, piercing sensation sent shockwaves through my neck and rendered me helpless, unable to move or speak. Then came the icy coldness, then extreme hotness, before lukewarmness and pressure, which consumed my throat, and I lay there, still yielding to his kiss of darkness. The world around me disappeared into darkness, and all I could see was love and death embracing me. Soon I pushed my throat against his mouth, firmly wanting to feel him deep inside me, wanting him to inflict and infect me with his mysterious kiss of the underworld. I felt myself grip hold of him tightly and felt us rolling amongst the sheets vigorously, spinning, twirling, rolling about in the feelings of ecstasy. His immortal kiss was so very pleasurable, and the feelings of wanting to feel the warmth, ecstasy, comfort, the deepest of pleasures, and the most intense feeling of peace. I didn't want this to stop, but knew it had, otherwise my life would have become completely drained from me. I felt my love let go of me, his fangs exiting my throat, and again, like before, I let out the strangest of noises. He laughed so very hard as he laid me gently upon the ground, and there I slowly opened my eyes, laying on the cool marble floor. He bent over and kissed me passionately, and I could taste the remnant of blood upon his lips. But just looking up lovingly into his eyes, and sighed out softly, "I love you, Landry." My dark angel whispered, "I love you, Claire. Come, lie still. You'll be tired after this. Allow your dark angel to remake the makeshift bed and lie you softly inside. Then, like before, I shall go and make you a nice drink and snack before we lay to rest for the night." "Thank you, my dark angel." "You're very welcome, my human love." Landry kissed me once more before setting to work, remaking the makeshift bed. I gathered the pillows, setting them aside with the tangled bed sheets. Carefully, I folded the quilt and spread it on the floor as a makeshift mattress, then arranged the pillows side by side. Layer by layer, I added the first sheet, the second quilt, and finally, the softest, fluffiest sheet on top. I glanced at my beloved, her eyes shining with a dreamy love-struck glaze. Crossing the room, I kissed her deeply and whispered, "Come, Claire, my love, let your vampire guide you to the secret room. I think you may need the bathroom." "Thank you, my love," she whispered, smiling. I lifted her gently and carried her into the secret room, setting her down before the toilet. She took care of her needs and washed her hands. I gathered my beloved into my arms once more and carried her back to the heart of the mausoleum, setting her onto the makeshift bed before slipping away into the secret room. Inside, I snuffed out the fire in the alga and returned with a glass of sweet apple juice and a chocolate bar for my Claire. She slipped and nibbled and sipped contentedly. I slipped back into the secret room, washed the glass, tucked it away in the cupboard, and dropped the wrapper into the bin beside the sink. I walked out of the secret room, locked the door for the night, and made my way over to my human love, slipping in beside her, holding the ashtray as we both took our last smokes for the night. I held my human love in my arms as she sighed out the biggest of love sighs, and I sat just smoking and stroking her hair lovingly before talking of tomorrow's plans. I looked deeply into my human lover's eyes and whispered, "Oh, Claire, you are not like any human I have ever met. You seem not to be after immortality, wealth, or sex. Your love towards me is genuine, as my love towards you is genuine. You seem not to fear the darkness of the underworld, yet embrace it with the purest of acceptances. And this time around, it is I who breathed out a sigh of pure love. And so I truly felt so very comfortable and content in the presence of my human love. Perhaps losing my beloved Laland was certainly a good reason, as although Laland grew to love me, he never truly loved me as I loved him. He sadly was my capture, my victim, with the attachments of the heart. Yet my Claire, she's real, she is genuine, she is love, and I shall never let her go. She shall be by my side for all eternity. If only she knew, soon she would become a vampire like her beloved Landry, and we shall stay together for all eternity, entwined in the passions of our undying love. Still, my mind was lost in thought, and all I could think of was my love, Claire. My mausoleum stands in the oldest corner of the cemetery, tucked away in a forgotten section, where a line of ancient trees shields my tomb from the weathered graves beyond. An ornate gate, shaped like the gates of heaven, and a lock, tight, guards the entrance. Whispers claims a demon haunts this place, but it's only me, and should anyone dare trespass, they risk becoming Landry's next meal. I chuckled to myself and looked down, seeing my beautiful baby girl had fallen asleep in my arms. My thoughts drifted to the idea of building, as you humans might call it, an extension. A separate mausoleum that could become a grand library and a sanctuary for my beloved's treasures. I knew my baby girl would love this. Tall ancient trees border this part of the graveyard, shielding it from the street, but the rest has fallen into neglect. I know my human love would cherish a garden paradise to rest in, and since she adores gardening, why not, after the extension, fill the grounds with flowers and bushes for her to shape into her own Eden? Landry, of course, would be eager to help as well. I could transform this eerie old place into a palace fit for my black rose, a true paradise. The plans were already blooming in my mind, and with my wealth I could bring to the life without delay or worry. But let's not tell my black rose yet. I want this to be a wonderful surprise. I was so excited and couldn't wait to put the plan in action. But as a vampire, and being here on this earth for so very long, I knew it best not to rush, and knew within good time I would get what I wanted, and so would my human love. The candles on the oil burners had now burnt out, and all that was left was the orangey glow of the candlelight. I sat holding my beautiful human love in my arms, looking down at her angelic face as she slept peacefully in my arms. I laid my love down gently upon the pillow and went up to the secret room, emptying the ashtray into the bin and replacing it back onto the top shelf. I walked softly and slowly back over to the makeshift bed, laying down next to my love, Claire. Well, I guess I'll have to leave tomorrow's events as a surprise, as now my love is asleep. There will be no talking of tomorrow's plans of going down to the derelict farmer's field. I shall also make plans of meeting my human love's parents, as humans do, wink wink. I shall use my charm and my gift of the gab to get Claire's mother and father to like me. This should be a piece of cake with my vampire gifts. And once the parents feel at ease with Landry becoming acquainted with them for a while, I shall soon put into place my first plan of taking my human love to my mausoleum to live with me permanently. I don't think my black rose will need too much persuading. This is part of the plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I have planned to take my black rose to the abandoned farmer's field and to pay a visit to my Claire's home to become acquainted with her parents. I shall then be taking my human out to dinner before bringing her back home to the mausoleum. I know for my beautiful Rose, this will be distressing to have to go back home to her toxic family. Yet it'll only be for a short while, and then I can slowly take my Rose, bringing her into the freedom she deserves and craves so very much. I just lay there, holding my human love, and allow my thoughts to continue to wander. Very soon I began to feel tired, and so I used my vampiric gifts to snuff out the candles from where I lay. I'm not sure how long it had been, but I just lay in deep thought, snuggling my Claire, and very soon my eyelids began to grow heavy, and I fell into that peaceful, immortal slumber I love, with my beautiful human lying next to me, snuggling into me. A vampire I am, which trapped Laland in my mausoleum, yet I had to free him. My heart was broken, I did sleep, awoken in a new era, heartache so deep. I found my sweet black rose, forever I shall keep.